Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome to a brand new month and week here on the Daily Discourse. I'm Joanne Joseph. Great to be with you this Africa month. I hope your long weekend was an enjoyable one. The team is with you this morning. Melissa's out, but Stanza is in for her. Genilwe with you, producing the show, taking your calls. Patrick is on audio and Harry is behind the camera today. Good morning and welcome to it. Remember, you can listen on the radio. You can stream us live from our website, or you can listen to us on DSTV channel 814 if that's easier. Our video feed is available too on SAfmRadio, on Facebook, X and YouTube. We start the show with our open line as always. Our studio number 086 000 2032. Please keep your calls and your voice notes short. You can send a voice note or a text to our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Well, it's been another busy news weekend, and here's what we're watching on the show for you today. At 9:45, we're talking about officials trying to ensure the safety of pedestrians by putting barriers in place to make sure traffic doesn't veer off onto pedestrian pathways. It is happening in Gauteng, but it could similarly apply to the whole country. Are you aware that more than 5,000 pedestrians, around about 5,300 pedestrians, actually die on our roads every year? That accounts for over 40%, actually closer to 50%. That's a very worrying statistic indeed. And I wonder if you've been on a pedestrian walkway and you've suddenly realized there's a car or a taxi behind you or in front of you. It's veered off the road and it's moved into your space to overtake other traffic and get ahead. You see it particularly during rush hour. And the drivers don't give two hoots about possibly knocking you over and injuring you or worse, right? So I'm asking, are barriers the answer? Is this the kind of action we need to take to keep pedestrians safe in this country? We're going to ask a ward councillor about that in just a short while. And then at 10 o'clock, we're talking about the important issue of food security. The irony is South Africa is a huge food exporter and we are theoretically food secure, right? In fact, we're the most food secure country in sub-Saharan Africa. And I think we're the second most food secure country in the whole of Africa, right? Second only to Morocco. So if that's the case, why are so many of our people starving? We're going to spend close to an hour talking about the problems and the solutions. And of course, we'd love to hear from you on that issue. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, it is Africa Month, and we're looking at an aspect of African history in our book review this morning. You know that every day, we between about roughly 10 to 12 here on the show, from Monday to Thursday, we have a book reading. And this week we're starting a brand new book that deals with a very interesting and unusual aspect of African history. Jerry Dlepu has written a book called Unfair Way, very clever title, Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf. And he's talking about black golfers who really had no opportunity in the country during apartheid, but still managed to make their way, to make somewhat of a name for themselves, and to become known internationally to certain figures who knew about essentially the difficulties they faced and the constraints they faced as people living in a country where their talent was not fully recognized. White golfers were out living their best lives overseas, getting all the recognition, winning international prizes and the like. Not so for black golfers. And so there's a little community of them that I really knew nothing about before actually researching this interview. We're going to have that chat with Jerry Dlepu in just over 2 hours, actually. That's going to be towards the end of the show. Right now, we're also taking your calls, we're taking your texts and your voice notes. And in a short while, we're going to be talking about the issue of hantavirus as well. I mean, have you seen that outbreak that occurred on the ship? It was a Dutch ship on which a number of people got ill. A few people have died, but we understand there is a British citizen in a South African hospital in Cape Town at the moment. And we're hoping to get someone on the line who can actually speak to us about the issue of hantavirus, what it actually is, how it starts. And I mean, it's a very strange thing. you can't often get it from human to human contact, but one of the ways that you can get it is by contact with airborne rat droppings. So we don't think about this. We go into rooms, into storerooms, and that kind of thing that we're cleaning after a long time. Old garages or storerooms that we've got. Maybe it's in places of work where we work, and we start cleaning those out, and there are often rat droppings there. And if for whatever reason they become airborne, so if particles break off those and they become airborne and you breathe those in, you can become extremely sick, and the disease is life-threatening. Right, so that's really something that we need to be careful of, and it's something we don't think of often. But this British national is now in intensive care, and sadly, that is going to we're going to follow that story for you, and hope that this person is able to make a full recovery. But I understand people were not allowed to get off the ship, and if they had any contact with the people who were ill or have died, they had been quarantined. So that's one of the other issues that we're talking about today. Tell me what you think as well about this issue of Mazwi Gubeka, the spaza shop owner who went missing for an entire month. Rather bizarre story. It seems that he was held in captivity, that he was blindfolded, held in a hijacked building for a month. People were searching for him, and all credit to his family for actually trying to keep that story alive, and essentially doing their best to make sure that his plight was not forgotten. Because in a country like ours, where there are high crime rates, people's stories can be forgotten, right? And they didn't. They kept it up there in the headlines as often as they could, and as efficiently as they could. And he showed up out of the blue at a police station in Vosloorus over the weekend, and he says he was held in captivity. There was a South African involved, and possibly a couple of Ethiopians involved in this. So, what do you read into this? It's very, very difficult to say what's happening, but if you'd listened to Kathy's show earlier, you would have heard that there is apparently a trend where non-South Africans want to take over South African spaza shops and are putting pressure on them to do so. I don't know if you've been in that situation, or if you know of someone who owns a spaza shop who's in that situation and you want to talk to us about it, you can give us a call on our studio line. One of you is talking about the national health insurance. This is something that is coming under the spotlight this week, challenges to the national health insurance legally. And one of you is saying that people are not at the center of it. For some reason, let's actually try that again. I wasn't hearing that voice note clearly earlier.
Now the debate this morning between the minister and the Board of Healthcare Fund representative is worrisome. It shows that we are seriously divided, and there is no hope of any prospect of getting an amicably resolution to the issue. I think if this is about the people must be at the center, not egos or pride. And really, we cannot go on like this. The health system is crumbling, and we cannot leave people on the peripheries simply because of how much or what the one person has. It needs to be resolved as speedily as possible. I think sense needs to prevail. The president must call his people to the table and discuss this.
What do you think about the issue of NHI? Do you think we are in a position as a country to be able to build universal healthcare, to build an efficient system that serves all our people? I think it's grossly unfair that we live in a country where some people are able to access brilliant healthcare, potentially world-class healthcare, and then other people are left to go to facilities that just aren't able to even do the basics in some way because they're under-resourced, or health workers are overworked in those environments and overwhelmed. We can't be a country with disparities like this. But how do we make the NHI work? We have to build it on a working system, right? So one of the things that has got to be done is all the government facilities that exist in the country have got to be brought up to a certain level before NHI kicks in. Right, so that is my understanding, that you can't just take all of these facilities and absorb them into NHI without first addressing the issue of the standard of healthcare involved in those. And once they meet those minimum standards, then they can be absorbed into the NHI. Are we going to be able to take that first step, first of all? Secondly, what about the pilot programs in regard to NHI? Those haven't been very successful. And if on a small scale we're not able to ensure that healthcare is well controlled and a high standard of healthcare is offered on a very small scale, how are we going to expand that countrywide? We can't just launch into a system that doesn't give our people the healthcare that it's supposed to. What is the point of launching the NHI if we're not able to offer our people the kind of standards in healthcare that they absolutely have a right to in this country? Taking some of your calls, Parks in Cape Town is on the line to us. Parks, good morning to you. You want to talk about Maswi Kubeka?
Yes, good morning, Joanne. Trusting you well this morning. Yes, look, Joanne, with the issue of Maswi Kubeka, as an entrepreneur entering a highly contested space of the spaza shop, number one, that's a 9 billion rand worth of a market of the township economy. Now, the main issue is this. I haven't seen any of the federations, which is the Ethiopian Federation or one of those other foreign nationals that were involved, their federations, to actually come out and actually speak to, not necessarily distance themselves, but to actually take a firm stance that they do not condone anti-competitive business practices and behavior, because what is happening is that in the spaza shop space, a lot of entrepreneurs are faced with a challenge where they are dealing with a system where it's a spider network, where the money circulates within all of these demographics, would be Pakistanis, Somalians, and Ethiopians. Now, once you get into that space and you've actually figured or mastered how the system works, you are going to experience what is known as collusion and anti-competitive behavior, because business in its is competitive. Mm-hmm. Now, it would be good, it would do good for all the federations of these nationalities to actually come to the table and say, this is what needs to go on as a way forward, because it cannot be business as usual where we have the high employment rate and we have entrepreneurs who are trying to create employment for themselves and for other South Africans, but they are being barred from doing so.
Yes, we can't have that situation. Parks, thank you so much for that call. We're going to take a short break now. When we come back, we'll have more of these conversations.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
EFC is live this Thursday. Two athletes at the height of their powers fight for more than victory. They fight for the fight itself. Zakir Badat, 8 wins, all finishes. Zico Makengela, 5 wins, 5 knockouts. Champion and former champion collide in Africa's biggest welterweight championship fight. EFC 133, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the 4 bespectacled Tissot brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever 2 announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
22 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse with me, Joanne Joseph. We're taking your voice notes, we're taking your calls. One of you talking to us about Boitumelo Clinic.
Good morning, Sister N. Bongo Sundi Sambuisa. Hey, Sister N. I'm not sure if you've seen the story of Boy Tumelo Clinic in Sibukeng, where they are currently using these mobile units. Yeah, they spend 20 million, but there is nothing. It's that a yard like it is like surrounded by bricks. There is nothing. It's a ground. Ay, 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 ay. This tender system is killing the country. And us black people, we are corrupt to the core. Ay, 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 man. Yo, was this democrats that they were fighting for? Yo, they are misusing the state funds, man.
Thank you so much for that message. So I'm not actually sure what's happening with Guatemala Clinic, and I think we should follow up on that and find out. I think we've got people of all races who are corrupt in this country right now and taking advantage of whatever they're able to access. But Guatemala Clinic certainly is something we need to look into, and thank you for alerting us to what's going on there. One of you speaking more generally about violence in the country.
Good morning, everyone, more especially SAfm listeners. My name is Siseko Anthony Peter. I'm from Orange Farm. You know what's happening in South Africa? It's violence everywhere. And the government is sitting doing nothing. We've got police, we've got the National Defense Force. I don't know why our president is so quiet. People are protesting each and every day about the foreigners, the illegal foreigners. We see the violence, we see the house breaking, we see government officials stealing taxpayers' money. Even the government himself, the president himself is not innocent. I think it's a time whereby the government should stand up, because what we are doing really is chasing away the investors in South Africa. So how our generation, they gonna live? Because we have to think about our generation who are coming behind us. Because if ever the government is quiet like this, the violence will be happening each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, and I think it's something that we need to give to the kind of country we are leaving behind for future generations. I often think about that. And I think that there's so many things that we need to solve in our lifetime to make sure that we don't leave a country that's worse off than we came into for our children. Promise in Durban is on the line to us. Promise, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks. Go for it, Promise.
I'm good. Joanne, I want to appeal to SAfm listeners. I know that they are the family for everyone then who is SAfm listeners. Actually, I am a person who is totally blind, and I stay in RTP house with my daughter, both of us.
Yeah.
What is very sad is that I do not afford to have the bachelor guides. The bachelor guides, they told me it's cost 7,000 rand.
Yes.
And what's more ridiculous is the way I don't feel safe because I stay in nearby Harvey. That is why I was asking,
Yes.
I was appealing to each and every one then of SAE listeners who can help. So that I will feel much more safer than the situation that I am. As you are aware, as you know, even my yard is not fenced. Well, I do not care much about that at least, but if I can able to get the back like that.
Okay, that's a very interesting request indeed. Promise, his line wasn't that clear, but for those of you who couldn't hear properly, Promise lives in an RDP house in KwaZulu-Natal, and he's living in a house that is unfenced. He doesn't have a fence around his house or a wall around his house, nor does he have burglar bars, but he's living near a tavern. So, this is something that one would think people think about before they hand RDP houses over to people. But are you living in an RDP house, or do you know of someone who was given an RDP house, or do you build those houses? And what are those security concerns that are kind of taken into account when those houses are built? Are people just thinking, well, you just need a roof over your head, here's the basic structure, you furnish it and you do all the extras yourself? Is that the way the house should arrive? Is that the way it should be handed over? Or should we be expecting government, when it hands over these houses, to actually include certain basic security facets so that we are not unsafe, particularly living in certain areas. Mniti in Cape Town is on the line to us. You also want to talk about spousal shops, Mniti?
Joanne, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
This is what we've been saying. And before what you call a predecessor, KG. And we've been saying that the foreigners, they came with a good idea of buying bulk and stuff like that. And it seemed like they were doing a legit business. So now they've changed their way of doing business. Here in Cape Town, that's what I'm saying to you, the locals no longer want to enter the space of spaza shops because of the risks that are what you call are connected with running a spaza shop. They rather run a shebeen, they rather do a chisanyama. And that is a problem that the SAfm doesn't address. So when we tell you that foreigners are a problem, you guys, what you call, tend to protect them. And I've been saying this for over every time I'm phoning, I'm saying this is happening in the Western Cape. In Philippi, all the South African people that were doing shebeens, they've been shot. And guess what? It's the same story as Mars, this one, because now the Somalis, the foreigners that are running spaza shops are paying protection fee, and they are controlling the what you call those guys that are killing people. Right. So they are protecting something like Inkad. So it's difficult, Joanne, if we're not going to speak about this every day. Please invite.
We must. Oh, have we lost your line there? Sorry about that. We need to have these conversations. Of course, if we need to test whether the allegations are true or not, right? That's our job as the media. So if you call in and you tell me this, and we have a conversation with people who can tell us what's happening on the ground, if we can convey those voices and the constraints of people working and living in those environments, and we can combine that with the voices of experts who actually have figures and facts for us. We can have the conversation. Nobody needs to be protected. This is not a space where we protect people or ideas for that matter. We try to get to the bottom of these by having conversations with the right people. And thank you for flagging that with us, Mazwi. We will continue to have those conversations here on SAfm. 9:30 here on the Daily Discourse. Time for your latest news headlines with Anne Musa.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, high-stakes testimony on criminal syndicates infiltrating law enforcement is expected when a crime intelligence officer appears before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria shortly. Witness G, who's believed to handle informers in his covert operations, will appear remotely and off-camera but audible to the public. The SAPS in Gauteng says it's satisfied that officers did all they could to trace the whereabouts of a missing spaza shop owner. 27-year-old Mazwi Kubeka was kidnapped a month ago. On Saturday, he presented himself at the Vosloorus police station. And a BBC investigation has found that scammers in Uganda are posting social media content of dogs in distress to dupe international donors into sending money. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
9:31 here on SAfm. That pop that you heard when Mriti was on the line to us was our phone line going down. So we're trying to get other listeners on our other line at the moment. So please just be patient with us in regard to that. We'll take some of your voice notes right now. One of you also talking about foreign nationals.
Hey, JJ and all SAfm listeners, a very good morning. Kubeka, the kidnapped spaza owner, is a confirmation of perceptions that most hideous crimes are committed by foreign nationals. Despite the lack of evidence, but most community movements claimed that over 60% of violent crimes are committed by foreign nationals. At some point, this perception was confirmed by most police officials. For instance, at Cinco, the perception is that most murderers and kidnappers are committed by Basotho because there's no fence or wall that's separating us in the borders. That's Andile from Stakespruit in the Eastern Cape near Lesotho border.
Oh, thank you, Andile. Very energetic call early in the morning. So, Andile, this is where I think we have to be careful. And our previous caller said this is the media defending foreigners. This is not us defending foreigners. This is us looking at statistics. That's our job, right? We're in the business of facts. Just because people have a feeling or are telling us anecdotally that this is what they think is happening, we cannot perpetuate stories like that. We've got to go and search for the facts, research them properly, and give you the correct information. That's our job, right? So I think what you're saying about the Kubeka matter is interesting, but there also seems to be a South African involved there as well. So it wasn't just the Ethiopians that were spoken of. There was a South African who was mentioned as part of the equation there, and that will come out in the wash, right? That investigation is currently underway. This statement you've made about 60% of foreign nationals being responsible for crime in Gauteng, Kathy revisited that this morning because it was something that the March on March representative, Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, mentioned during an interview with Kathy last week. She was very sure of herself, by the way, when she mentioned this. And she said to Kathy, haven't you heard? The police have released those statistics. I looked them up after Kathy's show. I couldn't find them. I could only find a reference to a former Deputy National Police Commissioner, Madlanga, having made that statement 9 years ago. And at the time, she didn't actually have any research that backed that up. And so the fact that Ms. Ngobese Zuma mentioned that again with such confidence on Friday, and Kathy again revisited that this morning and asked the police spokesperson she spoke to this morning, is this statistic correct? And the policewoman said, no, it's actually not. So we must be very careful of throwing stats out there or making up stats. The moment misinformation and disinformation gets out into the public domain and people spread that, it becomes almost like a set of facts, and people start to believe it because they're not thinking critically about where is the source coming from. Have we verified this? What research is this based on? If we try to dress opinions up as facts that are unfounded, that is where we run into trouble. So we have to be careful about that. Nevari on the line to us from Bombela. Nevari, you also want to talk about RDP houses. Hi.
Yes, good morning to you and the listeners of SAfm. I'm quite fascinated by this aspect. And I know that government has done quite a phenomenal job of building more than 5 million houses in South Africa, free for citizens of South Africa. But my point is that it appears to me that we have relegated all these responsibilities to government as opposed to ourselves taking accountability and responsibility for our own safety as citizens. The call that you just received now was quite very fascinating. That just immediately after receiving a house, I sit on it and I know nothing about it, and I expect government to come back and put a fence, probably put a furniture.
Yeah.
I don't think that should be the approach. As government gives you a basic for you to stay in, I think we must start to work harder for ourselves to build our own comfort as citizens. Because if you never build a capable democratic state where citizens just wait for government to do everything. My view is that let's try our best as Africans. Let's maintain our safety. But I agree that when we allocate those type of housing, but also when we give licenses to the power shops and taverns, we must know that we are giving those things where the safety of our people are going to be protected. But I just wanted to put a point through that we really need to take responsibility of our own development, but also make sure that government don't do it alone. And we must complement government where it's doing good. Housings are being built in South Africa, and I think government is doing quite very well, including delivery of water, where there are challenges of regulations. I think that has been attended to. But in the main, South Africans must take responsibility of their own development as citizens. Thank you very much.
Navari, thank you. And you've made your point very clearly, and I'm a little torn on this one, but I hear you. And I think your opinion has value there. Navari making the point that if we get RDP homes, it's not up to government to do everything for us. Government can't be expected to build a fence for you. Government can't be expected to add security. Government can't be expected to furnish your house. Let's do something for ourselves. My only concern, of course, comes in where people who are unemployed, for example, or living below the breadline are getting access to these houses. Even if you receive a free house, you're not really in a position to put up security and that kind of thing, right? So that for me that's the only thing that's kind of leaving me torn. If there is a tavern in the area, or if there's an area, if the RDP house is an area in an area where the security is compromised, should government actually take that into account in the building of the RDP house, or is it up to you once you get hold of that RDP house to make sure your security is taken care of as an individual? Nhlanhla in KwaZulu-Natal is on the line to us. Hi, Nhlanhla. What's on your mind?
Hi. Good morning, Joanne. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks. Go for it, Nhlanhla.
Yes, I'm disappointed by Julius Malema. I thought Julius Malema was a leader. But this time around, he has disappointed me.
What did he say? Yes, which are you talking about? Which statements?
His statement of promoting a slave wage, that the foreign nationals are here in South Africa to do the slave jobs, tells me that Julius Malema does not agree or stand with the quality jobs and the quality salary of any worker, because he says South Africans want decent jobs. Of course, South Africans want decent jobs, and everybody who is working in South Africa should earn decent jobs, and they should not work the slave jobs, as he says.
Yeah.
Julius Malema too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Were you offended by what he said about? Because I watched that interview. Well, no, it wasn't an interview, a speech that he made, but I watched that, and he spoke very much about how we are turning our colonized minds, essentially. I am paraphrasing here. Our colonized minds have led to a space where we're turning on our own African brothers and sisters, and that he will never be. He never wants to be accused of doing the same. How did you feel about that?
Julius Malema is out of order to me this time around. I think he must rethink of what he represents. Because if we were to say, that was going to be my second point, if we were to say Julius Malema is a tribalist himself, since when Jacob Zuma was the president, he stood up against Jacob Zuma, him and Floyd. I'm not saying...
We're getting a little bit sidetracked now, Nhlanhla. I'm just asking, this was an issue about foreigners coming into the country, mostly from African countries. So let's just stay focused on that. Do you disagree with what Julius Malema's stance is on that?
Yes, I disagree. Mm-hmm. I disagree with Julius Malema, because South Africa is not Africa. South Africa is part of Africa. And you cannot agree that everyone should come to South Africa. The infrastructure of South Africa won't be able and is failing to maintain everyone who's coming here.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, we are overcrowded everywhere. In all the cities, in all the townships, we are overcrowded.
Okay, Nhlanhla, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us on that. Did anyone see that speech that Julius Malema did, by the way? He actually became quite passionate in that speech, towards the end of it especially, and he said, I will not allow... Firstly, he spoke about, he said, the kind of jobs that foreigners are doing in the country are very basic jobs, right? They are unskilled jobs. Should we not have more ambition than that as South Africans to want to do other jobs? And the other question he asked is, why are we turning against our black brothers and sisters? And he went on to say he would never be found guilty of that. I'd love to hear your opinion if you listened to that speech or watched it.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
boost your favorite SABC education program on SABC Radio. With SABC Plus, you can catch up on all your favorite SABC education programs anytime and anywhere. On your phone, simply open the SABC Plus app, tap on demand, select radio, find SABC Education, select the podcast of your choice and press play. Or if you're on your computer, visit the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Click on demand, choose radio, scroll to the SABC Education podcast section, select the podcast of your choice and press play. It's simple, convenient and always available when you are. Brought to you by the SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
We're heading for 9:45 here on the Daily Discourse with me, Joanne Joseph. And one of you says on the WhatsApp line, "Hi, Joanne, it's people like you that are a problem in this country. If the citizens are not happy with illegal immigrants, don't try to talk them down and asking for proof, etc. We know what we're talking about. We don't want them. Respect that. We're the citizens and are the voters." So, firstly, every country in the world has foreign people in it, right? I doubt, but for the very remote, maybe Pacific Islands, that are completely inaccessible to people. Every country in the world has people from other places in the world. So it's not an uncommon thing, right? So to say across the board that you completely, you don't like foreigners, you don't want them. Yes, you're the citizens and the voters, so you can exercise your vote at the ballot box. We absolutely encourage that. But there's nothing wrong with having conversations. This is something that I said in my first, my first introduction when I joined SAfm. I don't know why people are afraid of conversations. Certain people want to have their opinion. They will stay rooted in that opinion. They will hold the same opinion for the rest of their lives that they've had since they were young. They will not read. They will not inform themselves. They will not allow any other opinions to penetrate their own. This is not what the purpose of talk radio is. It's called talk radio because we talk. We have conversations about things. We share ideas. You change my mind about things. Maybe things I say change your mind about things. That's not my aim, but my aim is to have these conversations with you. The fact that people are so afraid of having conversations, are so afraid of being exposed to ideas that are different to their own, is really strange to me. Because this is the one thing that I think has hampered our country. We haven't been taught the skill of respectful dialogue. And it can be robust dialogue, and it can be dialogue in which we strongly disagree with each other and hold very opposing and polarized opinions in certain cases. But it can also be the thing that gets a nation working, the issue of conversation, especially research-based conversation. I think this is really important, and we should not be afraid of it. If you're afraid of conversation, I don't know. I find that a really, really strange thing. All right, it is 9:45 here on the Daily Discourse, and Four Ways Review is telling us that taxis and other vehicles could be banned from veering off onto the pedestrian walkways on Winnie Mandela Drive in Johannesburg. This applies to one road in Johannesburg, of course, but I'm wondering if the same kinds of rules could apply to several other areas of the country. You know how busy Winnie Mandela gets. If you live or if you travel into that area or through that area, drivers have just been helping themselves to pedestrian walkways. They're risking the lives of pedestrians. And Ward 94 councillor, to be more specific, David Foley, has had quite enough of it. He joins us on the line now. Mr. Foley, good morning to you. Thank you for your time. Please just describe to us what's been happening on Winnie Mandela Drive.
Good morning, Joanne, and of course, good morning to the listeners. Well, yes, it all started off with the construction of the new road, which was Winnie Mandela some years ago. And due to budget constraints, they changed the actual curbing to initially non-mountable to obviously low enough for the taxis to drive on. Now, from sort of like Dane Fern coming towards the Four Ways area, when traffic gets gridlocked to some extent, the taxis are basically making it their own lane and chasing pedestrians and cyclists off the actual road or portion of the pavement that was built for them. And there's been quite a few altercations as well where people have been knocked over, and then the taxi driver go and beat up the cyclists and then go and open a case against the cyclists. It's been a bit of a comedy show, but I engaged with the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, and I said to them, guys, this can't continue. So we looked at various steps. In fact, I've been driving this for about 5 or 6 years based on the impact that it's been having on the pedestrians and cyclists. And I met Kulani from the Gauteng Roads. Very good guy, very helpful. In fact, he just filled all the potholes on Winnie Mandela, which were massive, causing a whole lot of damage. And I said to him, we're going to have to barricade this off. We're trying to put some dustbins down there as part of the Fourways Improvement District, which is a whole new different topic. And the taxi drivers just drove around them. So they determined to have their way, and the only way to stop them, unfortunately, is to put up some of these, they call it guardrail or Armco rails, to protect the cyclists and pedestrians.
So tell me this. I mean, I understand that street vendors are also operating in that area, Councillor, so that they're also in the way of pedestrians. They've encroached onto that pedestrian walkway. Is that true?
Yes, absolutely. And we've had some very good success there, because on the provincial road, as you know, Winnie Mandela, Witkoppen, Cedar, Main Road, all in the area are provincial roads, and different rules apply there from a bylaw perspective. Section 47, just to quote the actual legislation of the Gauteng Transport Act, says no pedestrians, no hawkers, no pedestrians, no hawkers, no food trailers or anything on a provincial road, because accidents can happen because the speed on the provincial road is obviously a little bit more. It's not 60 on suburban roads, it's 80. And sometimes people are traveling a lot faster than that. So if you've got hawkers selling or something like that, and somebody veers off or busy selling in the middle of the traffic intersection, if they get bumped or knocked over, they're going to really get hurt. So we've had some good success where the JMPD and other enforcement agencies, as part of the Fourways Improvement District as well, have managed to clear the guys off. So you can't be lighting fires and cooking fat cook and all that kind of stuff on the side of the road. So there's been some dramatic changes there. And the last part of this is road safety and ensuring the taxis don't drive on the pedestrian walkway.
And you've actually put yourself in harm's way, I understand, by occupying that lane yourself one day. How did people respond to you?
Well, the taxi drivers responded quite well, because I wanted one of them to actually approach me and try and knock me over, and I would have had the JMPD there very quickly impounded their vehicles, and then, it's almost like a attempted bodily harm, so to speak, But you would be surprised. They all pulled off nicely. All that I said, I didn't swear or do anything. I just stood in the middle of the pedestrian walk and I said, please go onto the road. I was wearing a blue shirt with the Joburg emblem on. So it actually looked like possibly I was part of the JMPD. Okay. So they all abided. There wasn't one argument, and they all respected the fact that they know what they're doing is wrong. And if somebody tells them to stay or get off, they actually did this. Yeah, I happened to have the Fourways reporter with me as well. And he said, are you crazy doing this? But you know what? I was just proving a point that is for pedestrians, and people must be able to walk there safely, cycle there safely as part of just getting to work and things like that. And it was just too much. People getting hurt, cyclists getting beat up, bicycles getting broken. So really, something needed to be done. And I also made sure that they were off that day for a good couple of hours. And it did make a difference to people's lives, that's for sure. Because we even interviewed some of the cyclists. They said, yeah, you won't believe. The taxis just come behind them and hoot, and they must move. And these taxis aren't going at 10 kilometers an hour. It's like 40, 50 kilometers an hour. They're speeding on that pedestrian walkway, which you can imagine is very dangerous.
Yeah, of course. I mean, what you're saying to me is interesting, because you did this experiment. The taxi drivers you would have expected, and any other drivers who were illegally in that walkway, you might have expected them to have a go at you, but they seem to have respected what you were trying to do for a couple of hours there. My question is, these barriers are expensive to erect, right? They cost the city a lot of money. Is there not a way of policing that better and just trying to inculcate a little bit of self-discipline in all the drivers along that way, instead of having to put up these expensive barriers? It seems to me that's almost admitting defeat and spending money on something that may not be absolutely necessary, if we can get people into the habit of respecting the rules of the road there.
Absolutely, but can you put a price on a life? I'm just saying that. And these are provincial roads, not City of Joburg roads, like I just said earlier.
Yes,
Winnie Mandela, when it goes over the highway and gets into Epsom Downs sort of area, that now becomes the city's responsibility. Anything further back all the way to Dainfern, Diepsloot, whatever, is the provincial road. But if one person is killed, the price or the cost of a life of one person is enough to put up barriers to protect them. In this country, unfortunately, our pedestrians are not respected. You go to any intersection and you turn left, for example, the law is the pedestrians have right of way. You have to wait for them, and when it's safe and there's no pedestrians, you can cross. How many pedestrians don't even cross at those lines? They also weave their way through intersections between the cars because everybody is parking over the pedestrian walkway and things like that. You know what I mean? And that sometimes I do that as well. I take a note of people and I knock on the window. I said, do you know this big white line here? You're supposed to be behind it. This is for pedestrians and things like that.
Yes.
They get a little bit annoyed, but they know. Anybody who's got a driver's license will know this is the fact. And you touched on it earlier. It's not only taxis driving on those pedestrian walkways. There are other vehicles as well. So it's become the old story of, if the taxis can do it, I can do it. And like you're saying, how can we police it more? Unfortunately, you have to have JMPD or enforcement people on every single intersection and every 20, 30 meters for the people that don't want to adhere to the rules to try and stop them. And that's just impossible. I don't know how we drive respect for one another and courtesy back into the way we drive. You've seen people even on the highway driving on the emergency lane as soon as there's a blockage, and that's for the ambulance. Once again, if there's 50 cars in a row and there's a major accident, somebody's going to die because those few minutes to save a life is so important. So, Joanne, it's really got to do with attitude and sort of driver behavior in the bigger scheme of things. You got to make an impression to say, guys, this can't be tolerated. And you're right. My vision is, as part of the Four Ways Improvement District, is to have security on every single intersection so you can cross the road safely. If there's something, you can get a call immediately. Because as you know, when the teacher's away, the kids can play. And if there's no JMPD visibility, the guys will take a gap as much as possible. And, I don't have to tell you about this because it's not only driving on the pedestrian walkway. When there's a queue on a single lane, a lot of the taxis and other cars, I might mention, will drive into oncoming traffic and then just cut in. Lonely Boulevard, a classic example of that. Or Uranium, before it was upgraded. People just think they are so special that they have the right to break the rules completely. And I'm not too sure how we change that. This is something called respect of one another, respect of other drivers. And of course, normally if you tell a taxi, please don't drive here, they'll swear at you, unnecessarily so. There's a special place around the Lone Hill Boulevard by the shopping center. There's actually a little stop and go where taxis can pull off. Nope, they stop in the intersection, loading off passengers and things like that. So you got to ask yourself, do you start fining the passengers? Because we've stopped the taxi drivers before with the JMPD with copper operations are held there. They take the fine, they walk away, they tear it up, they throw it away.
Okay.
What are you supposed to do? It's attitude.
Yeah, it is. And it's, I think you brought up a wider issue. Thank you for speaking to us, David Foley, Johannesburg Ward Councillor for Ward 94, where this has been done. I want to ask you, are you a pedestrian who makes use of those walkways? And it doesn't have to be in this area. It could be anywhere in the country. Where you are being disrespected by drivers. And I think what Mr. Foley has said there is actually quite true, is that we really lack respect for pedestrians on the road, but we also lack respect for each other and for the rules of the road. So this thing of there being, heavy traffic or some sort of disruption on the road, there's an incident, people immediately start using the emergency lane. And as he says, it's everybody. It's not just the taxi drivers. Everyone has started to do that. And there's this kind of attitude of, well, that person can do it, therefore I will do it as well. There isn't a sense of, well, that person is breaking a law, and therefore I'm not going to engage in that behavior because that behavior is unlawful, right? We don't do that anymore. when did we become the society that doesn't actually care about the rules of the road or law in general, and says, well, other people are getting away with it, so I will get away with it too? I think it's a culture or a subculture that we are starting to adopt as South Africans that we need to be very careful of. One of you says we should also outlaw jaywalking, meaning pedestrians not following the law, that is not crossing in the provided space. That's true. That's actually quite true. We need to respect pedestrians, but pedestrians also equally have a code of rules that they need to adhere to. And I think, there's so many stories of drunk pedestrians getting onto roads and jaywalking, and that's how many people lose their lives. So we have to be careful of that too. One of you says, let us open our minds and support Dr. Motsoaledi. This is on the issue of the NHI. I pay exorbitantly to medical aid. They still demand co-payment. They still refuse to pay for some medication. The government is unable to control medical aid. I still pay tax. I'm milked to bleeding. Please, we need NHI as soon as yesterday, says Matari in Gauteng. Thank you for that, Matari. I think a lot of us are feeling it. Everyone who can afford private medical aid. Those co-payments seem to just be increasing by the day. And, there was a time when the benefits were greater, the prescribed, the prescribed minimum benefits, that's it, the PMB. Those were actually a lot greater, and it feels to me now that those are fewer. Let's put it that way, or that the threshold for them is higher. So that is something perhaps we need to look into so that we can have a fact-based conversation around that. Many of you thinking about the issue of crime, and one of you talking about crimes committed by illegal immigrants.
Joanne, I don't think you'll get to the 60% that he's talking about, because the majority or most cases of theft of TV or a good or whatever that happens every day in the villages, where someone will just steal your wheelbarrow, those cases are not reported to the police. So that's why your stats will show that these foreigners are not committing majority of the crimes. But where we are staying in the villages, remote areas, we don't open those cases. Hence, you'll always protect these guys. Someone in Blukwana, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think, most crime statistics are actually not 100% accurate. That applies to crime statistics across the board. So I think, we do need to allow that room for error. But that is why, by the same token, people can not come out and say with confidence, this is the statistic, when it has not been proven. We do need to continue to have fact-based conversations. Right, this is the Daily Discourse. We've hit 10 o'clock on the program. That means Anne Musa is standing by with your latest headlines.
Thanks, Joanne. In our top stories, 7 people killed in Eastern Cape road crash, and witness G to testify off camera at Madlanga Commission. Good morning. 7 people have been killed and scores of others injured in a crash involving a bus and a minibus taxi in Kariga in the Eastern Cape. The incident occurred when a minibus taxi transporting workers from KwaNobuhle to Kariga made a U-turn in front of an oncoming bus. Paramedics attended to at least 18 injured passengers following the crash, which happened this morning. Provincial Transport Department spokesperson Unati Bingoshe.
This is a devastating crash that has claimed 7 lives. It is alleged that the minibus taxi made a U-turn in front of the oncoming bus, which led into the collision that claimed so many lives. And the MEC for Transport in the Eastern Cape, Mr. Klolengata, is extending his sincere word of condolences to those families that have lost their loved ones, while wishing those in hospital a speedy and a full recovery. We are looking into the real cause of this crash, and we are urging road users, motorists in particular, to remain extra vigilant and help us avoid avoidable crashes like this one.
Technical glitches forced a delay to the start of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. The proceedings, which were set to begin earlier, is expected to start at this hour. High-stakes testimony on criminal syndicates infiltrating law enforcement is expected when a crime intelligence officer appears before the Commission in Pretoria shortly. Witness G is believed to handle informers in his covert operations. He will appear remotely and off camera but audible to the public. The SAPS in Gauteng says it's satisfied that officers did all they could to trace the whereabouts of a missing spaza shop owner. 27-year-old Mazwi Kubeka was kidnapped a month ago. On Saturday night, a disorientated Kubeka presented himself at the Vosloorus police station east of Johannesburg. Gauteng Police Commissioner Tommy Mtombeni.
In terms of the process flow circulated this particular inquiry, and we ended up circulating it with the Missing Persons Bureau, and of course, following the duly processes of the missing person, we also requested the pictures from the family, and out of that, then the inquiry at the initial stage, as it was a missing person and ultimately kidnapping.
The Machabeng local municipality in the Free State has confirmed it has relocated displaced residents of 2 informal settlements to the Kopanong Indoor Sports Centre in Tabong and Valcom. The residents had been temporarily evacuated after their homes were flooded following heavy rains that led to overflowing dams. A BBC investigation has found that scammers in Uganda are posting social media content of dogs in distress to mislead international donors into sending money. The probe found that nearly 40% of all the fundraisers analysed were connected to the town of Mityana, a trading centre outside of Uganda's capital, Kampala. The BBC's Nyasha Michel reports.
Posing as content creators, 2 BBC undercover journalists approached a shelter owner who rents his dogs out for filming. The owner revealed how he and other scammers tricked social media followers into making donations. He also said that in the past, some other creators had deliberately injured the dogs to appear needy in fundraising videos. In response to the undercover filming, the shelter owner denied injuring dogs. Mityana police said they have previously investigated animal cruelty at dog shelters, including rescuing injured dogs.
And finally, US President Donald Trump says his Project Freedom will involve 15,000 servicemen and 100 aircraft. In the project, the US military will support merchant vessels to transit the Strait of Hormuz from today. The vessels are stranded due to Iran's blockade of the strait. The BBC's Baman Kalbasi reports.
We have heard from some Iranian government officials in the last few hours, including a member of parliament, saying this is basically a violation of the ceasefire and they shouldn't play with fire. So there is an implicit threat there that they might target these ships. We saw in that post by Donald Trump that he said we will respond to any fire coming from Iran forcefully.
Recapping the top story, 7 people have been killed and scores of others injured in a crash involving a bus and a minibus taxi in Kariga in the Eastern Cape. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
No one gets fit overnight. It takes discipline, and your money is no different. A Nedbank 32-day notice account helps you build financial strength with up to 7.3% interest and 0 maintenance fees. The higher the deposit, the higher the return. Invest in under 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. For more information, go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
It's the leading cause of natural death in our country, really? By what percentage?
So it is a leading cause of death. So we know every year 10,000 people are dying from diabetes. So we equate that to 27 people a day. This is a big problem, and I think learning from other epidemics, we're coming from the scourge of HIV. Again, we left it until it was too late. Each and every one of us knows someone who's living with diabetes. That shows the magnitude of the epidemic.
Zame Imbalati, CEO of the Healthy Living Alliance.
Ashraf Gada on SAfm. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. We're into the second hour of the show. I'm Joanne Joseph, always glad to be with you. And we'll keep having the conversations over the course of the next hour and a bit. Of course, we're looking at the issue of food security, as I promised earlier on. Food insecurity is on the rise in South Africa. We want to get to the bottom of what exactly the circumstances are behind that and how exactly we can start to alleviate this burden on South African households. It's a very strange kind of statistic that I'll tell you about in just a short while. On paper, theoretically, South Africa is food secure, but we've got a lot of people going hungry. So in this hour, we're going to have a conversation with a number of people, actually. We are speaking to, first of all, Andy du Plessis. He's the managing director of Food Forward. And then we're going to speak to an agricultural economist, Dr. Wandile Sihlobo, and Mr. Damien Williams, founder and system engineer at Earthbound, that is going to talk to us about communal food gardens and starting to grow food in urban spaces, right? What would essentially be, in many cases, organic food for families and communities to consume. So that is what we're talking about right now. And of course, last week we got that interesting call from our listener. I don't know if you heard him. His name was Madlanga, and he spoke about growing crops at a community level to ensure food security. Now, that strange situation I was talking about here in South Africa involves these sorts of scenarios. On a national scale, we are food secure, meaning there's technically enough food in our country to feed everyone, and yet we know in reality that's just not true. So many families go hungry yet every day due to poverty. So how is it possible, and where exactly does this disconnect occur between this fact of being food secure and experiencing this kind of situation where we know of people who go hungry every day? So in the next hour or so, we're going to be looking at this important issue from very different perspectives, and we're going to start by speaking to a food bank that helps huge numbers of vulnerable people every day. I'm going to kick off that conversation with Managing Director of Food Forward South Africa, Andy du Plessis. Mr. du Plessis, good morning to you and welcome to the program. What does the term food security actually refer to?
Hi, Joanne. Thanks for having us. So, according to the United Nations, food security means that all people at all times have enough safe food every single day, and that they don't have to skip meals, that they don't have to have smaller meals, etc. So it just means that when an individual or a household has enough food every single day for everyone in the household.
So is South Africa a food secure country, theoretically anyway?
Yeah, so this is the dichotomy. In South Africa, we produce more than enough food to feed everyone in South Africa. So we produce on average, our supply chain produces on average 31 million tons of food, which is more than enough to feed everyone. In fact, we have a large agri-export business, and so we're able to produce more than enough. The problem is at the household level, food insecurity is around 70% in some instances and in some provinces. And according to the Stats Household Survey, around 17 million people are food insecure every single day. So it's at the household level, and the drivers of that food insecurity are, of course, inequality, unemployment, lower wages, and many people relying on social grants for survival.
So it's exactly that. It is the unemployment rate and that kind of thing. So that that become quite pivotal factors in people living in a country where there's enough food, where there's surplus food, in fact, but are also having to live with the reality that they actually cannot access that food due to poverty.
Absolutely. So of that 31 million tons of food that is produced every year in South Africa, around 10 million tons of that food is lost or wasted across our food system, on the agri side, in the manufacturing side, on the retail side. So before it even reaches households, that food is lost or wasted across our food system. So the issue here is twofold. One, due to high unemployment, affordability is an issue, high food prices. And secondly, access to food is problematic because poor people that can't afford food don't have access to food, and more so healthy food in South Africa.
Yes, that's quite important, that distinction. Let's for a moment talk about food wastage, Mr. Du Plessis. I understand that despite the millions of people in our country going hungry every day, millions of tons of food also go to waste every year.
Absolutely. So in South Africa, as I said, according to the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, around 10 million tons of food is lost or wasted across our food system. On farm food surpluses, you can imagine where a farmer, for example, is growing for a manufacturer or a retailer, anything what they call out of specification. In other words, it's too big, there are too many blemishes, it's not red enough if it's a tomato, it's not green enough if it's an apple. Those are what you call out of specification. And so a farmer has to separate the stuff that's within spec for whoever he's growing for, and whatever's out of specification, he doesn't have a market for. And a lot of that food is dumped in landfills. On the manufacturing side, during the production process, maybe someone realizes that the label went skew on the outer box, but the inside of the product is still good for human consumption. But that whole consignment, maybe 20,000 units, 100,000 units, they have to be rejected because it's not sellable, but the product is still edible. And that's where food banks like Food Forward SA come in, where we work with these supply chain actors, where we allow them to donate that food to our organization, and they reduce their dumping costs, and we can give them tax certificates for those donations, and we are able to use that food to address the problem of food insecurity in South Africa.
So this is, I mean, firstly, the statistic in terms of the out of specification foods is really quite a shocking one. That you can get a potato, for example, that's a little bit misshapen, and because it's not the stereotypical shape of a perfect potato, that it's going to be dumped, unless an organization like yours steps in to prevent that perfectly edible piece of food from being wasted. Tell me how you've gone about building these networks to ensure that you can access all these types of food that fall under that general heading of out of specification, and tell me how you go about making that food accessible to communities who really need it.
Yeah, so building those networks take time. It takes trust, and so we have a number of farmers that donate to us. We have a whole host of retailers, so Pick and Pay, Woolworths, Food Lovers Market, Spar, and a whole host of manufacturers like Tiger Brands, Rose Foods, RCL, Clover, Parmalat. All of those then, throughout their supply chains, when they see those goods are, although they're still edible but not sellable, we intercept that food. So at the manufacturing plant of a manufacturer, or on the farm of a farmer, or at the retailer's distribution center, our trucks are ready. We can load that food and we can bring it into our warehouses where it is checked, sorted, stored, and then redistributed to a network of just over 2,500 registered and vetted beneficiary organizations that reach close to 1 million people on a daily basis. So it takes a while to build the network and to build trust and to make sure that food safety is built into that. And then we also have a digital platform called Food Share, which is active in all the Woolworths stores, Pick and Pay stores, Spar, and Food Lovers Market stores, where we are able to recover that edible surplus food at store level so that they don't have to waste there, but we connect our local beneficiary organizations that are within a 5-kilometer radius to collect that food on a daily basis. In that way, we can reduce immediately the food not going to landfill, but it's being used to address the problem of food insecurity and malnutrition.
And tell me, how do you get that to the families in want?
So we have a whole host of different types of organizations. For example, we've got organizations that focus on elderly people that are vulnerable. We have orphans and vulnerable children, youth, unemployed youth, vulnerable women. We've got healthcare organizations. So we map out across South Africa the most vulnerable communities and the most vulnerable sectors. We vet then the organizations that apply to us for funding, and we do physical visits to make sure that they exist. And once they have been vetted and approved by organizations, they will get food from us every single month, because every single day we are collecting food from across the supply chain, from a farmer or a manufacturer or a retailer. And that food then is able to be redirected into our stores, into our warehouses, and into organizations that need it. So a lot of organizations focus on child malnutrition, for example. And so our food goes to children where we target individuals and households where the child is malnourished or stunted, where they don't get the proper nutrition they need in that first 1,000 days. We then provide food until that child exits the malnutrition curve and is healthy enough to continue. Also, TB patients, in order for them to take their medication, they need food. But a lot of them develop multi-drug resistance because they don't have food to take with their meds, so they don't take the meds. And we come in and we work with organizations and the health department to make sure that that they're able to eat a meal and they're able to take the medication. So in that way, we're strengthening communities using surplus food that would have gone to waste.
I mean, it sounds like an absolutely fantastic initiative. How many people are you feeding with this food that would otherwise have been wasted in total, Mr. Du Plessis?
Yeah. So around 1 million people are reached on a daily basis through a network of 2,200 registered and vetted organizations that prioritize feeding as part of the work they do in underserved communities. So, for example, youth care facilities. They would need a meal to bring your unemployed youth to a course that may last 2 or 3 months. So the meal incentivizes them to come to the course, they complete the course, and they're more employable. So we reach around 1 million people through that network of 2,200 organizations across the country, including distant rural areas. So our trucks go into rural communities and we target the 100 poorest municipalities, and we make sure that food gets into those rural communities like Oudtshoorn, like George, like Durban South, and those kind of places.
Thank you so much for filling us in on this important work that you do. 1 million hungry people being fed through this situation that prevents the dumping, the wasting of food. And all credit to everyone who is involved in this.
Cool.
All
Thanks,
the
bye.
shops. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Du Plessis, Andy Du Plessis from Food Forward SA. He is the managing director, and he was telling us about this great work that they are doing. And as I was saying, it would be wonderful to be able to actually widen this project, because if there is so much food left over that is absolutely going to be wasted, it's going to end up in the landfill, it would really be fantastic to be able to further access those stores, even more stores that are and farmers who are growing produce, who are not able to actually sell them commercially, to make more food available to quite a few more million people, but to be able to operate this on the scale in which it's doing. I think Food Forward SA really is making a difference to our society. We're going to take a short break now. When we come back, we will continue this conversation about food security in South Africa.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
20 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. We're talking about the issue of food security in South Africa. We began the conversation with Food Forward South Africa, that is making huge amounts of tons of food available to people who are vulnerable. And of course, we're continuing the conversation at now a little bit more of a community level. Those of us who live in urban areas have become so used to just popping over to the grocery store for food or the supermarket for food that we've forgotten the value of growing our own food. Maybe some of us never knew. I mentioned earlier that our caller, Spamandla, on Friday, spoke to us last week about these zero water gardens, essentially using almost no water to grow a garden in what we know is a water scarce country. So that presents its own challenges to us as South Africans. But Spamandla's colleague, Damian Williams, who's a regenerative specialist, is involved in these projects, Earthbound and Kayobuntu. One of them is in the Nelson Mandela Bay area, and he joins us on the line now. Mr. Williams, good morning to you, and thanks for speaking to us today. Just please tell me about these community-based projects that you've started.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me on here. It's really a great privilege to be able to share this information with you all.
Yes, please.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay,
Williams.
perfect. Okay, great. So Earthbound is our regenerative arm, and we've been working in the Nelson Mandela Bay area now for the last maybe 5-6 years. It's all been grassroots operations. We are very grateful that very recently the Mandela Bay Development Agency has actually invited us into the St. Peter's Ruins, which is a national heritage site. I did not realize that here South End used to be known as the Rainbow Village, and that was actually the inspiration for Mandela's Rainbow Nation. So for us to be invited into that space to share regenerative principles and to start looking at rehabilitating the valley in a larger way, it's just been such an honor and a privilege. And then part of what we do in that process is we use the green waste from the city. So the alien vegetation that's choking the valleys, we use it to create fertility in the ground and also to create passive irrigation systems so that whatever we do plant there has a really great chance of success. It's like a painter. If you prep the canvas well first, then the painting is going to come out beautifully. So we spend a lot of effort installing that fertility, installing that water sensibility, so that when we then train people to come and grow things on top of that, it's an easy process. It's a fun process. So they reconnect with the land in a beautiful way, as opposed to, the conventional way of food gardens often is to give people seeds and fertilizer and give them hopes and prayers. And the soil that's often made available to them is not the best areas. So they go and they try and grow things, and then they struggle and they fail, and they see that as a personal indictment. So it actually can be more damaging to people and communities if they aren't mentored and supported correctly. So we try and facilitate a whole systems approach where we're starting with the ground, then empowering people to utilize that ground effectively using what's normally a waste, what's normally a liability to a city, and then in the process reconnect people with the land. And there's a wonderful thing that happens when you start to work in the garden. You get exercise by accident, but you also start to get free therapy sessions. So what we start to see is that when the people start to engage in healing the land, they engage in their own personal healing. And then as communities and people come together, there's a healing at community level that is able to proceed. And it's all because we start with the foundation. We start with the soil, where everything comes from.
I mean, this is fascinating. It serves so many purposes to the communities with whom you're working. Tell me about these communities. Who are the kind of people who are coming to you and saying, I want to be part of this project. I want to learn how to either grow these vegetables or fruit or whatever it is, or herbs in this area, and I want to be able to transport that knowledge and that capacity back into my community.
Well, this is what has been so beautiful about this and so unifying, is to see that it's at every level of community that people are hungry for this. Obviously right down in the poorest communities, there is a need. There is a definite need that has to be fulfilled. But we as humans, we have a need to connect with the soil, to connect with each other. So we're seeing wealthy housewives coming to learn how to grow stuff. We are seeing people who are living in shacks coming to join us. There is no limits when we engage with the soil, because we're all reminded that we're human, that we all need to eat, that we all love good food, and we enjoy the sunshine and the companion of good people.
Is what you are growing essentially organic produce?
Yeah, it's all organic. Yeah. And then what we're trying to do is, what we're in the process of doing is, we envisage spaces like this where if the ground is supported, then we can start to introduce schools and guilds. So you're not just learning the regenerative practices or learning how to grow food, because we want to move away from subsistence to flourishing. If you look at the definition of subsistence, it's the action or fact of maintaining or supporting oneself, especially at a minimal level. And I don't think that's acceptable anymore. Yes. That we should be sustaining people at the minimal level. We want to see people thriving. And a big part of the problem with subsistence is that it's often, in the modern context, it's trying to give people the ability to look after themselves, whereas historically we lived in villages and communities. This individualism that is promulgated now means that we're actually handicapping our subsistence farmers, because we're not developing them into co-ops, communities, and actually viable businesses. That's when we can go from subsistence to flourishing.
So that's also an interesting point you're mentioning there, the issue of businesses, because we know that we want to grow small to medium enterprises in the country. We want to encourage people, rather than simply seeking employment, to find a means of employment that will enable them to thrive and make a great living out of it. Do you see a lot of that happening, or do you think that's going to be the result of the kind of work you're doing in the Nelson Mandela Bay area?
It will definitely be the result. We're in the early days. So what we've done now is we've got a proof of concept that it works in the soil. Now, if you know the Eastern Cape, this is a difficult area to grow stuff, and in almost any space here, we've been able to grow things. Now, obviously, there are indicators that help us know how quickly or easily it will be a success, but what we're trying to do is what we will do is we're going to have a digital platform that allows us, any user will have their own secure identity on that platform. We will have green recycling spaces throughout the city. You can come and volunteer at those spaces and your hours will be logged. You will then be able to trade your hours for other educational opportunities, materials. Then there's opportunity once you are skilled to be employed in our various spaces. Following on from that, as we move into trades and guilds and these skills development hubs, then we are able to really help small businesses and enterprises develop and then support each other. So what we're doing with Kayubuntu and Earthbound is creating an ecosystem where we can help with skills development, but that starts with nutrition, that then goes through also dealing with the fact that we are, especially if you're impoverished, there is some severe trauma that's involved. So we need to also address that, so making sure that there's some psychological assistance as well as then helping people map out what are the pathways to having a successful business? What do they need to do for tax compliance? What do they need to do as far as their basic admin? Are there other groups or individuals in the group who could now start to take on some of those roles? And then, because it'll all be administered through blockchain technology, it becomes very easy to audit and becomes very difficult for people to crook the system. So we're busy setting up a system that allows people maximum opportunity, but also honest accountability.
Are you hoping to go national with this, Mr. Williams?
Yeah.
All right, great. Well, we wish you the very best of luck here. I think they're taking a really very holistic approach to the issue of growing food. Damien Williams, thank you for your time this morning. He's a regenerative specialist working in the Nelson Mandela Bay area. Tell me what you think about their approach. There's some things about that I quite liked. Firstly, this idea of a return to the soil, right? We came from there and we go back to there, right? We come from the land, we go back to the land. We give to the land gives back to us. I just love the idea of that. I also love the idea of organic farming, right? Because I don't think we know the full extent of it yet, but the introduction of pesticides and herbicides and certain kind of fertilizers into our food chain over the decades has actually had consequences for us as human beings and for our bodies. We're not able to always metabolize those chemicals, right? And so to me, it seems like a great idea to have turned this into an organic farming project. And I love the idea that it'll spread from communities to schools as well and into businesses in the community, which is exactly what we need. 10:30 here on the Daily Discourse. We're going to get your latest news headlines and then we'll keep talking food security right after that.
Thank you, Joanne, on the news headlines on SAfm. I'm Ondilambana, and a very good morning. The Eastern Cape Transport Department says police have launched investigations into the cause of a crash in which 7 people were killed in Kariega. The proceedings of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry have not yet started. They have been delayed due to technical issues, and President Cyril Ramaphosa has called on former colonial powers to pay reparations to Africa. In his weekly letter, he says they must do so through increased foreign direct investment, market access, skills and technology transfer. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
When you listen to me, I feel important. When you hug me, I feel safe. When you talk with me, I learn.
Your love and attention helps your child grow strong and confident. Listen, comfort, and connect with him, because every child deserves to feel seen, heard, and loved.
Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfm, leading the conversation. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
Almost 32 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. We're talking about the issue of food security. In the last half hour, we've heard from two very interesting guests. One of them from Food Forward SA, the MD, who spoke about how they're taking literally tons of wasted food because, you know, sometimes vegetables and fruit are slightly out of shape. Those cannot be sold at a commercial level. And so they're taking those and they're redistributing them to hungry families in the country. And then, of course, we spoke to someone who is farming at an organic level in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. They're doing these zero water gardens where they take alien vegetation, they mulch it, they create a really moist environment in which vegetables can grow. In so doing, they're getting people back in touch with the soil. They're teaching people how to grow organic fruit and vegetable and herbs, and they're essentially empowering them to be able to start businesses as well on that scale. That may grow. They may grow to a national scale. It's wonderful to hear that this work is being done at that community level. So we also need, I think, a wider picture of what is going on in the country. And in a moment, we're going to speak to an agricultural economist who has a very, very good handle on the national issues. But I want to listen to some of your voice notes on this as well. One of you encouraging people to plant their own food.
Joanne, good morning. I'm Flores from the beautiful Western Cape. Let me tell you, food security, I think most people can plant their own veggies in their backyards. But then again, space is always a problem. But here is a few tips. Use old tires. Throw soil in it. Plant if you don't have enough space. Plant in plant boxes. Take old planks and wood and cordon off a little square. So yeah, I don't think that anyone has an excuse. Yeah, I cannot plant my own food because I don't have enough space. There's always take old buckets and stuff and plant in there. Take old bags, these sacks that they use for weed. Those 20 kilogram, poke holes in it. And yeah, have a good job. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for that. You know, I wish I could. I'm a little scared too because, like I said on Friday, everything that I plant dies. But I've got my husband growing us food in the backyard. He's set up a very interesting system as well, a hydroponic system that he put together with just PVC pipes. So that could be another way that people could think of growing vegetables and food of that kind. One of you talking about the economic systems that have led to food insecurity.
Good morning, Joy, and I'm Sweden in Guatemala ruling. The food insecurity in our country reflects the cruelty of capitalism. Because as you say, the country produces enough food to feed everyone, but yet so many people are going to bed with empty stomachs. For instance, here in my area, there's a dumping site there where the local retailers are dumping goods that did not go to the market. That includes food. They rather have people access that food from the dumping site instead of giving to them. Thank you.
Good day, SAfm and your team. Yeah, about food security. I think now as we are South Africans, we need to start growing something on our backyards. We must not always relying on buying food like ShopRite, supermarkets, spaza shops, because there are some crops that we can plant at our backyards like vegetables, onions, tomatoes, even small potatoes. We can grow it for ourselves in the backyards. And I think it can really help for the food security so that when you don't have money to go and buy in ShopRite, you just go to your small garden, you buy your veggies, then you can cook your pap and eat. I think it can save a lot.
Yeah, it definitely can. And I think we need to get back to that. We do need to get back to the soil and to learning how to do something that our ancestors knew how to do so well. One of you is also saying, and I'll take this last voice note before we go to our interview, that we actually need these kind of skills all over the country.
Shalom, Joanne. My name is Lungi. Please ask your guest when they're planning to come down to KZN. I think we'll need some of their expertise. My husband And you've been trying to do things plant in organic way. So I believe with the knowledge that they have and the expertise that they have, we may learn more skills and improve in what we have already started. Thank you. Stay blessed. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Lungi. I really want to. I would love to start planting, but also I've never known how to do it. And it can be an intimidating thing. And like Damian Williams said, if you try and you fail, it sometimes discourages you completely. You just don't want to do it. One of you says, "Hi, Joanne. First, I've heard of Mr. Damian Williams and his endeavors, but he sounds like a real champion. Wish we could make clones of him and spread those clones across the entire planet Earth. We need to be those clones, I think. I think this is what we need to do. He needs to, as he spreads those the skills and the knowledge and imparts that, we probably need to be the people who learn that and act as ambassadors for this food growing movement. All right, let's get the national picture now. We're bringing into the conversation Presidential Envoy on Agriculture and Land and Chief Economist at Agribiz, Dr. Wandile Sihlobo. Dr. Sihlobo, always good to have you with us, and thank you for making the time to speak to us. Just explain this contradiction to us, please. I mean, we've heard Food Forward SA speak about it, but perhaps you can look at this from an economist's point of view. How is South Africa food secure if millions of people go to bed hungry every night?
Joanne, I don't want to start the scene of many South Africans. I am just Wandile Sihlobo. We have gotten used to this problem in the country, so I wanted to clear that. And Joanne, on the food insecurity challenge, you are right that at a national level, the picture in this country looks well. And in fact, we are even the most food secure country in the sub-Saharan Africa region and the second most food secure country in the African continent. We are at a level where we are producing so much that we export about half of what we produce as this country. And that doesn't take away from what is necessary for the local market. We export after we have served the local market. But of course, it is true that many South Africans go to bed without sufficient nutrition, others without food at all. And you look at the household food insecurity numbers that StatusSA typically puts out, and the picture is quite grim, and many South Africans even share their experiences on this. What we think is a conundrum here is not so much that the South African food prices are so expensive, because even when you look at the food prices here and you compare with what we see in the world, South Africa is one of the most affordable countries on a food prices perspective. But what we are struggling with, Joanne, is what I tend to call it the income poverty problem, where it doesn't matter where the prices could be, but we just have as many South Africans that are just without any income. And which is why then all of these initiatives that the government come up with, either supporting the young or the elderly, they tend to make a significant impact. But of course, I think the core thing is always about how we can come up with a more comprehensive economic intervention that would give people an opportunity to work, those that are of the working age. And of course, then as we tax those people, we are able to support even those, the elderly as well as because the problem is there, and it's an income poverty problem in South Africa rather than the availability of food generally in the country or the price of that food.
Right. I mean, we've been talking about this issue of small-scale farming, Dr. Sihlobo. Do we give enough support to smallholder farmers? And are we pitting them against large-scale farmers and really not ensuring that they have the kind of support that they have to be able to compete and make a living?
Joanne, the challenge in here is that with the smallholder farmers side, one, the support is there. The South African government provides a lot of support on that. Of course, it may not reach all of the corners, but we cannot be able to resolve our food insecurity problem only through these sort of support of making sure that people have their gardens and all of those things. We can partially supplement this. And anyone that really has been involved in agriculture, you know that you cannot produce yourself enough in a small plot to get yourself out of poverty, because you need food throughout the year, but you only are able to harvest certain things at a particular periods of time. So the gardenings and everything else is useful as a supplement, But the core thing is still about how do we make sure that as many households as they can in the country do have some bit of income, and then all of the other activities supplements that. But even in the rural side, the opportunities that come with agriculture, which is why you hear so many of us talking about it, is not only about the output that we can get in the country, but it's more about the jobs that this sector can produce. Because we of the view, for example, and this is one of the messages that the president even wants to say, can the South African agricultural sector create at least somewhere between 300,000 to 500,000 jobs, and that would come with the expansion in commercial agricultural activity. Either those products are for exports or for processing or any, but the activity that we will create in the value chain generates then that income that at least the folks that are in rural South Africa would be able to work. While at the same time that is happening and they are working, of course, we have to continue with all of the other measures that support the smallholder farming. But intervention that would say we are creating the gardens and making sure that everyone is producing something, and this is our primary intervention to deal with the poverty problem, we are not going to be able to escape that. We need a much more ambitious side. The gardening only supplements, but it can't be the core part.
Right. How useful are feeding schemes at schools in ensuring that children are consistently able to access food?
I mean, this is not the area, Joanna, that I'd look at, but giving you just a broad perspective here and drawing from the very same example that I was telling you about, that you find that somewhere around just over 20% of the households in South Africa, in the numbers coming out of Stats SA, are telling us that they are in poverty. So feeding scheme, looking at where those houses, those households are. I mean, Eastern Cape, Limpopo tends to be some of those provinces that are at the top when you are looking at the poverty problems. So the feeding schemes are assisting certainly in those households. But again, as that is going, which is where it takes me back to the point to say, can we ensure that we come up with various measures, each sector of the South African economy, to create as many job opportunities as it can? Either those jobs are coming from some people that are located in other provinces, they send remittances, but as much as there is a bit of an income, then the dynamics begin to change a bit. But until we get to that position, the feeding schemes and any of the other interventions that are being done, which is why even the social grants and all of the aspects that are being given, we understand the impacts of those things on the fiscal side. But the reality is that the households that receive this, they need them. And you do see the impact, the positive impact of some of these in various communities.
I see there also seems to be a nutritional crisis linked to the quality of food, which reminds us that having access to food is not enough. It has to also be nutritious food.
This is where then, Joanna, the issues of gardens gets to be very important, because at least in a small plots of land, you can be able to ensure that there's a vegetable gardens that run into those, which is why I would think that even in schools, introducing the subject of agriculture and making sure that in between all of the other important things that the kids are doing, they are able to sustain some gardening projects, which in addition to what they already get from the government on feeding scheme, the vegetables maybe is something in schools where there is a plot of land can actually be harvested within that school. Because if there is spinach, cabbages, potatoes, and all of the kinds of these vegetables that people use, and then they are planted there, and that is part of their academic work, but at the same time, it is part of what the students use to supplement their nutrition. And again, at home, you have that. That is an important part, and that's a nutritious part, but also that's something that on a vegetable side, you can almost run it full year in terms of the agricultural production. While then on the other things are the ones that can be brought through the formal feeding scheme, but at home also the income then that people could get could supplement and buy some of the bulk aspects. And I think that gardening comment that many other people were making, as well as in schools, this is where it can help on, because I mean, when we talk about food security, it's a multi-layered concept. It's about availability of food. It's about affordability. It's about how nutritious. It's about how sustainable all of that is available. That's the complete view of when people talk about whether a place or a household is food secure or not.
And tell me, in the bigger picture, what role is climate change going to play in future food security in our country, Dr. Sihlobo?
No, Joanne, just one delay, Sihlobo. I don't want to keep committing this crime on national radio. I would say, Joanne, that the climate change is of course going to cause a lot of challenges. Especially one, it's changing the patterns at which people agricultural activity is going. This is why many of us are always arguing to say, let's pay attention to the technological side and ensure that seed breeding is happening at a faster speed, but then all of that new breeds of seeds are not only just available for the commercial farmers and for the big businesses, but also we see how do we provide that to the smallholder farmers. But at the same time, also in your earlier conversation, someone was talking about all the regenerative agricultural approaches,
Yes.
which actually works in the medium and small scale farming side. But it begins to be a challenge if you are farming at a large scale side, which is these farms that are for exports and for national food, because you cannot be able to be mixing too much of crops on that. You're going to struggle when harvesting and doing all of these other activities. There are practical constraints when you go on scale on this. But all of that regenerative agriculture activities, they help on conserving soil moisture, improving soil structure, improving nutrition of the soil, and that supports your agriculture activity. Because if you don't do that, then as we get these frequent droughts, excessive floods, you get to be in a very difficult position. I mean, if we look, Joanne, just beyond our own continent and look at the broader African, beyond our own borders and look at the broader African continent, many countries that are food insecure and are struggling a lot. Part of it is linked to this climate change difficulty. Now in 2026-27, from October this year going into next year, we are already receiving early warnings that we may be going into an El Nino weather phenomenon, which means drought. And my sense is that with the exception of South Africa and the Maghreb region up there, the North Africa, you will find that many countries are going to fall into a very difficult situation of food insecurity across the continent. And part of it is again linked to the point I made earlier that they don't have access to certain technologies that South Africa has in terms of seed breeding that can withstand these harsh conditions. But even here locally, there may be smallholder farmers that don't have access to those technologies that will struggle more than the commercial farmers. So it's a multi-layered approach, but the point is that it presents a lot of challenges. So private sector, government, thinking innovatively about this, but making sure that all of the solutions that are there, they reach even the smallest in our communities is something that we need to take very seriously.
Thank you so much for your insight into this. He is the Presidential Envoy on Agriculture and Land, Chief Economist at Agribiz as well, Wandile Sihlobo. And of course, he's talking us through, thank you so much for your time on the program, first of all, this morning, Mr. Sihlobo. I think he's talking us through something that we need to prepare ourselves for. As Africans, we are going to be among the places in the world worst affected by climate change. But we also need to start, because we're already on the back foot with the issue of food insecurity in our country on a household level, right? Not on a national level, but on a household level. We're also facing the reality that we've got to try and make a plan, because it's not going to be easy for us to get ourselves out of this if food is an issue in this country. One of you many of you sending in voice notes there, something that Wandile spoke about there was the issue of food gardens at schools. And one of you says, gardening and art used to be extramural activities at school. I'm still using what I learned from school to plant my school garden at home, but I'm told that schools have done away with those vital extramural activities. I think some schools are doing it, not all of them. I know certainly my daughter had to do it. We're based in Johannesburg, so she went through to the Siakana food gardens and she learned how to plant there. And I think they were doing quite a lot of organic farming as well. So certainly that is one of the opportunities that children need to be given, and I think it should be part of our education in this country, where children learn some of these basic skills, and not just kind of make it a theoretical education. Let's listen to a voice note on this.
Gore, in South Africa, we are having a problem of using words interchangeably and sometimes meaning different things. We are using food affordability and food security differently. I think South Africa do not have problem of food security because farmers and producers are producing enough. We even export some. in the marketplace, food gets stale and be thrown away. Some given to the donkeys, dogs, animals, and pigs, and horses. But some people go hungry because they don't have enough money. They're living below the bread line. They cannot afford food. So it's a matter of food affordability, because in the marketplace, food is there. Vegetables and everything get stolen, get stale, and be disposed of.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Neighbor to neighbor, Chomi, this one is for you. Itingutshele. The time is now. If you are still using a SASA Gold card, it's time to replace with a Postbank Black card. Visit a selected Postbank replacement site near you. Bring your ID and get your Postbank Black card. For general questions, call Postbank Customer Care on 0800 53 54 55. To find active replacement sites, dial *120 *355 #. Postbank will never ask for your PIN. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Is your business struggling with cash flow, job losses, or low productivity? You're not alone. Productivity SA's Business Turnaround and Recovery Program provides expert turnaround strategies to restructure operations, save jobs, and boost growth. Get practical tools like early warning systems, performance improvement plans, and access to productivity champions. Visit productivitysa.co.za or call 011-848-5318 to apply now. Your recovery starts here.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
7 minutes to 10 here, or to 11 actually, on the program. And thank you for your contributions to this conversation about food security. Your voice notes continue to come in, and let me remind you of that number, 0614 104 107. We're having a slight problem with our line at the moment, so you won't be able to call into the program immediately, but we will be taking your voice notes for now.
Morning, South Africa. Yeah, very fun country. You give people food, they say you give them expired food. You throw the food away, they complain that people are going hungry. What do you want actually? No, they are right to throw the stuff away because you complain, you talk too much. You say you are given expired food. Now to cut everything short, leave those people to throw the stuff away, and they are in business, these people. If they keep on, for instance, fresh, which are not expired, they give them to people. How are they going to survive themselves? Because they are in business. I complain too much, man. Too much complaint.
One of you sounding really frustrated there, but I think 1 million people clearly are benefiting from Food Forward SA collecting the food that would otherwise have been dumped in landfills and distributing that to various people around the country. So clearly there are a million people who are very grateful for the food that they are getting. I think the thing about the retail stores is interesting because I thought at some stage they were worried about donating food that was on the verge of expiring. Of course, you've got your 2 dates that usually appear on manufactured food, right? So you would have a date like the use-by date and the sell-by date, and those are different. But I think, initially retailers used to be very afraid to hand that over to an organization like Food Forward because they were afraid that, if there was a batch that expired early or, wasn't the best quality, didn't hold out so well, I should say, did not hold out so well, then people might get sick from eating that. But it looks like the retailers have now come on board to do that. I don't think it's possible, for example, in countries like the United States where someone can bring a lawsuit against you if they have eaten food that was that was delivered to them from a retailer that wasn't within those dates, the designated dates. So in South Africa, I think we're a less litigious country, and that's how we're getting away with it here. One of you says extramural activities are foundations for the development of skills as well, which I think is very true. And if schools are not doing it, here's an opportunity to do it. And you've got experts like these regenerative soil specialists who can tell you, if you're living in an area or you have a school in an area where you're not able to grow things, how that soil can be regenerated for the purpose of making sure people are able to grow all sorts of food and fruit and vegetables in that soil. One of you, going back to the earlier issue of the safety of pedestrians, says here in Kokstad, KZN, we have a problem of Eastern Cape drivers, especially those from Transkei. They literally do not know the rules of the road. Pedestrian crossings to them make no sense, even at the robots. They just simply drive through even if it's red. And I think we're not only seeing that there, we're seeing it in Johannesburg as well. I'm astonished at how many people will stop at a red robot. They'll just look around, and broad daylight, very safe. No reason to be doing this, but they'll just look around and say, oh, okay, there's no one coming, let me just go. And that's actually also becoming the norm in many, many places in the country. So thank you for flagging that. One of you is asking about the issue of listening to our listeners, because this is important. And Patrick says, no one is afraid of a conversation, Joanne. Just listen to the citizens and respect their concerns, not to ask for proof and rationalizing this. Sorry, it's just jumped. Not to ask for proof in rationalizing this. This issue of illegal immigrants is getting out of hand, and we're so close to civil unrest in this country. Patrick, I think we're already at the point of civil unrest, and that's what makes me so scared in the first place. And it's not an issue of not listening to people's concerns. I really do hear your concerns. I hear the fact that people are experiencing certain things in their community, and they're extrapolating information from there. Because that is their lived experience, and I'm on board with you in terms of that. I really do understand that people have these concerns, and it's part of their daily reality, and so we really do need to take cognizance of what is happening in communities. But at the same time, asking for evidence and for proof, there's nothing wrong with that. We've got into the habit of living in a world, in fact, it's not just our country, but we're living in a world where social media in particular has got us into the habit of just jumping onto a social media site, saying whatever we like, hiding behind an avatar, and saying whatever we like without proof or evidence of what has happened. And so the rates of misinformation and disinformation have grown to the point that it's actually become dangerous. And that's why I'm just trying to guard against that. I'm trying to guard against people coming onto the show and saying 60% of people do this. It's actually not a proven statistic. And so nobody has the right to spread misinformation and disinformation. We endanger our fellow country people. We endanger each other when we don't have facts to speak from. So the fact that I'm asking for a rational conversation, or the fact that we look for proof when we're trying to get you the correct information, that is our responsibility to you as the media. And that's why we can't have a situation where people come on and say things that are unfounded, because if someone acts on unfounded information, it could result in other people getting hurt or people dying. And we have to guard against that at all costs. 11 o'clock, let's get your latest news with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, 7 die in a car crash in the Eastern Cape, and South African weather issues a weather warning for cold temperatures. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. The Eastern Cape Transport Department says police have launched investigations into the cause of a crash in which 7 people were killed in Kariega. At least 18 other people were injured in the crash, which involved a bus and a minibus taxi this morning. The minibus taxi transporting workers from KwaNobuhle to Kariega made a U-turn in front of an oncoming bus with only the driver on board. The department spokesperson, Unathi Bengose.
This is a devastating crash that has claimed 7 lives. It is alleged that the minibus taxi taxi made a U-turn in front of the oncoming bus, which led into the collision that claimed so many lives. And the MEC for Transport in the Eastern Cape, Mr. Klolengata, is extending his sincere word of condolences to those families that have lost their loved ones, while wishing those in hospital a speedy and a full recovery. We are looking into the real cause of this crash, and we are urging road users, motorists in particular, to remain extra vigilant and help us avoid avoidable crashes like this one.
The proceedings of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry have not yet started. They have been delayed due to technical issues. Testimony on criminal syndicates infiltrating law enforcement is expected when a crime intelligence officer appears before the commission in Pretoria any time from now. Witness G is believed to handle informers in his covert operations. He will appear remotely and off camera but audible to the public. The commission's chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga.
We are experiencing sound problems. We'll adjourn for a few minutes. I won't say for how long. Let's adjourn.
The South African Weather Service has issued a warning for cold temperatures and strong winds in many parts of the country from tomorrow to Thursday. The Western, Northern and Eastern Cape will be hit first before the low pressure system spreads to the central and eastern regions. It is expected to bring possible snowfall in high areas. There will be severe thunderstorms in the Free State and Northwest and a risk of flooding, forecaster Tukelo Chilwane.
By Tuesday and Wednesday, the rain will spread into the central and eastern provinces, bringing a marked increase in wet and cold conditions. The South African Weather Service warns of disruptive rainfall that may lead to flooding over the Western Cape and Eastern Cape, damaging winds and waves along the coastal line, disruptive snowfall over high-lying areas of the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, as well as the Northern Cape. Severe thunderstorms over the Free State and Northwest provinces, where significant impacts were already observed last week.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has called on former colonial powers to pay reparations to Africa. In his weekly letter, he says the reparations would assist the continent to tackle debt challenges such as poverty elevation, inequality and unemployment. He says the reparations must be made through increased foreign direct investment, market access, skills and technology transfer. Ramaphosa's call comes at the start of Africa Month. U.S. President Donald Trump says his Project Freedom will involve 15,000 servicemen and 100 aircraft. In the project, the U.S. military will support merchant vessels to transit the Strait of Hormuz from today. The vessels are stranded due to Iran's blockade of the strait. The BBC's Baman Kabasi reports.
We have heard from some Iranian government officials in the last few hours, including a member of parliament, saying this is basically a violation of the ceasefire and they shouldn't play with fire. So there is an implicit threat there that they might target these ships. We saw in that post by Donald Trump that he said we will respond to any fire coming from Iran forcefully.
Recapping the top story, the Eastern Cape Transport Department says police have launched investigations into the cause of a crash in which 7 people were killed in Kariega. I'm on Dilambana for SAfm News headlines at 11:30.
This May, SAfm invites you to be exposed and engaged in a different conversation. Not the Africa you think you know, but the Africa that surrounds you. What does it mean to be African today? In our politics, in our economies, in our cross-border movements, in our rich cultures, in our evolving identities. Every day we traverse this continent. 54 countries, 54 unique stories, one shared future. From Lagos to Nairobi, Accra to Addis Ababa, and right here at home. Because South Africa is not separate from Africa, it is a vital part of it. SAfm Africa Month. Conversations, context, connection. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter.
11
The Daily
minutes.
Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
All right, it is 5 minutes past 11. Actually, just about 6 past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. We're into the last hour of our program, and I couldn't wait to get started because we're doing one of my favorite things in this half hour, which is books. As you're aware, we do a daily book reading on the Daily Discourse from Monday to Thursday in the last 10 to 15 minutes of the show. And part of why we do this is to support local nonfiction authors. Today, we're going to be starting a new book in this reading slot. It is cleverly titled The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf. The author is Jerry Dlepu, and he's going to be joining us in just a short while. I'm not sure if you've read this book yet, if you have an interest in golfing in South Africa, if you have an interest in black golfing in particular. I mean, it's kind of history that really isn't explored, not to any large extent. And so I was quite excited when I heard about this book being published and being sold in South Africa. And I think there's, we're looking at African History Month here on SAfm, and we're being very intentional about the kind of stories that we are bringing to the fore over this month. And this is part of our African history, right? This is a part of history that has been obscured for so long, and I'm so glad that it has been brought to the fore. Author Jerry Dlepu in studio with us kindly offered to come into a studio to have a conversation with us today. Ntate Dlepu, thank you so much for your time on the program today. I was actually quite fascinated when I heard that we were going to be starting this book on the show today. And I think many South Africans probably associate golf with white sporting personalities. It's an expensive sport, so they associate it with those in upper income earning groups. They don't realize that historically there were actually talented black golfers during apartheid, some of whom you knew personally and interacted with as a golfer yourself, Ndate.
Yes, I am.
So tell me a little bit more about how this came about, that you got the idea to actually start documenting this history.
It came about, we had a Christmas luncheon with my family. And as a surprise, my daughter gave me a golf book written the history of black golf.
Oh.
And I glanced through the first few pages. I objected to the contents of the book, which were not factual. It was whoever wrote the book, it was a hearsay. He didn't research it because people's names that he documented were wrongly spelled. Besides being wrongly spelled, is that the meetings that took place when we did the negotiations of amalgamating black professional golfers with white professional golfers was not factual. I was in the midst and one of the leading negotiators of the team. Hence, I took objection to what was written. It said it doesn't represent us. It's a misrepresentation.
Right. So you wanted to set the record straight.
Yeah. So I said, I told my daughter, in view of that, thank you for the thought and thank you for the book. Put it aside. Then a few hours later, I said, I'm going to document a book on this. And I went into my file because I saved all the documentations to the negotiations and the names. Therefore, I said, what's written here, it's not factual.
Right.
So I decided to set the record straight by writing about the injustices and post-1994 democracy, that the status quo still remains the same. Therefore, that's what motivated me to write.
Right. So you were a golfing enthusiast yourself, am I right?
Yes, still am. I am a life member of the South African PGA.
Okay, very interesting indeed. So when you talk about the negotiations and integrating black and white golfers, tell me how that happened, in what context, and how it played out.
How it came about is we did previously around about 1982-83 Um, Gary Player, he was then the president of the PGA, and they were barred. There was an embargo against South African golfers playing abroad. Then we said to him, fine, can we amalgamate and become one association, which he denied that proposition. He said it cannot happen with the present government in place.
Well, was he enthusiastic about wanting to do it and saying to you, well, the it's simply legislation that doesn't allow us to do it? Or was he saying to you, it's just not possible, we cannot do this?
We did want to sort of, it was not our actual sort of, how could I say, the intention we were pushed or advised by him, who was, I said, for you to compete, he said, it's sort of rather strange. One individual has the privilege to play against the white players, which was Papua Sugalom.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And hence the other guys who are as equally competent, competitive as Papua could play, but they were not allowed to play.
So there was a distinction made between someone of Indian descent in the country as a golf player and the African players.
Players, yeah.
Yeah. So tell me about this. You are highlighting some of these personalities about whom people knew very, very little. Who are they and what did they achieve?
Well, a lot has been achieved. A gentleman like late Ishmael Chogli, who was from the Western Cape. He was of colored descent. Then around the younger generation was Noel Mart, who is still alive, and Mervyn Galant. They still are very much alive from the Western Cape.
Right.
And then we had a number of players like Peter Mkata, who was a rugby player from the Eastern Province, and Soli Dondashe, and the Gladwell Kisani, which were very competitive guys, like from the Eastern Province. Then came people out of Natal, like we had Lawrence Buthelezi, who was very competitive. He played competitively, but he was a sort of a liquor rep for Gilbey's. And it so happened that we played in the British Open together in 1970.
So you did actually play overseas?
Yeah, I've played. I've traveled around the world playing.
So the irony is, of course, that you couldn't play in your own country really competitively, except I suppose amongst yourselves, but you were able to do it internationally.
Internationally. Then when I went for the British Open, I went to the PGA office in the Oval. It was a position in the Oval, and they accepted a sort of application for membership. And I had to get people like Diaries, Jimmy Hitchcock, Peter Butler, who were British Ryder Cup players at the time and who've subsequently visited South Africa. They became my sort of proposers and backers.
Well, what kept you as black golf players going, Tate? On the one hand, you're struggling to gain recognition in your country. It must have been very, very expensive to travel outside of the country and try to make a name for yourselves there. Well, I mean, you must have been severely discouraged by the lack of opportunities for you in this country.
Yes, there was a lack of opportunities that we played golf on proper golf courses illegally, where we had to either crawl under the fence or over the fence to play. And one of the greenkeepers, either he'll be driving all over the golf course to chase us away.
And you persisted? You persisted and you continued.
Yeah, we
despite
persisted in
those-
playing on.
Yeah. Tell me about this. I mean, your situation in South Africa wasn't so different from players in America, for example, right? Black players like Charles Sifford were suffering much the same fate in his country that you were suffering in yours. Was there any contact between South African black golfers and African American counterparts or African or black counterparts in other countries who could empathize with this kind of treatment?
Only through media we used to read about these players, Pete Brown and Charlie Seaford and all that. Then it happened in '79 and that a few American players like Jim Thorpe and Calvin Pete came here to the country to play. And that's when we interacted.
Right. Yeah. And, I mean, were they able to create any pathways for any of you to get there? Were they able to create any opportunities for you as South African black players overseas?
Well, the opportunity arose because they were in the country then. I actually started up in 1971, where was Lee Elder and Mr. Liu came to the country. He was Taiwanese, as you know.
Yes.
The Asians were classified as yellow.
Yes.
He was one of the yellow people that came, and he wasn't classified as white. And we played the first historic event at Harold Park. That was the PGA.
I'm fascinated to know how you got into golf in the first place. I mean, given the opportunities that South African black people lacked during this time, how would any of you have got into golf in the first place?
I came into playing golf by going to caddy. Being caddies, it was a way of raising pocket money for going to school in the weekdays. So we caddied on the Saturdays and Sundays and public holidays. And of course, the people that I cared for mostly were what you would call a truly sort of a white person, sort of a that were helpful and respectful. And that's what made me sort of persevere.
Right. So you received some opportunities from those people to be able to start playing the sport. Yeah, because it is a very expensive sport, isn't it, Ndate?
Then it wasn't expensive.
Ah, right.
It's only the sort of a level of high cost only arose now in the 80s, 90s. And it's escalated.
Right.
But it was most even the working white class guys could afford, because they would give us something like, at the time, 5 shillings for carrying a bag for 18 holes.
Which is a distance. Yes. Tell me this. You speak about the expense today versus when you began this. Are we raising a generation of black golfers in this country? Is there any opportunity for black children who would make great golfers to be able to enter the industry?
There is an opportunity, however, the opportunity is wrongly sort of implemented. If you go to a lot of even African countries, go to Zimbabwe, go to Zambia, go to Kenya, go to Nigeria, and see the growth of black golf. All this sort of, there's development programs catering for these kids. The development program that they have in this country is not adequately administered to cater for these kids. unless if you've got wealthy parents, they can afford to take you to a sort of a private club or driving range and have you trained, sort of play golf, then go through the process of golf, and if you improve, you can go like to the NEL's academy or things. Subject you've been sort of elected.
Right, right.
Yeah.
I find that quite interesting and quite perhaps disappointing, because there are many black business people who regularly play golf now, and I find it strange that they themselves have not thought to start getting the business community to invest in black golfers.
Well, as I say, we all have different interests in life, and as I say, for the sport as well. And as you say, it's been classified as a rich man's sport.
Yeah.
You have to get I was fortunate to get this truly decent white people to give me an art club or so, cater than the one lady that I catered for at Killarney Golf Club made a call to my family to say, can I stay over for the weekend? And that's how I bonded up with their children.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And you played golf with their children?
Yeah, we played golf, and of course playing illegally on the golf course, because they lived on the border of the golf course. We jumped over the fence to go and play.
Tell me, what is the future of black golf in the country? We're seeing also more young black women get into it. And I know of one young black woman who has traveled overseas. She's of Indian descent. She's traveled overseas. She's studying at a university in the US, but also learning to be a professional golfer at the same time. Where are the opportunities for our young people?
The opportunities are there. Okay, I'll give you one perfect example. There's a lady at Houghton Golf Club who is in a managerial position. Her name is Letitia Moses, but she's now married to Rustov. She's Letitia Rustov now. And she's the first a lady of color to win the South African Women's Open.
So there is a generation of
There
women
is a
coming through as
generation,
well.
and they went and studied overseas. They got scholarships in Missouri, and they graduated there. And she's back, and the other younger sister is still in the U.S.
So there are international opportunities. But tell me, from a South African golfing point of view, are we not missing a beat here? We are naturally a sporting nation, right? We do really well at so many different codes, sporting codes.
The sporting codes.
Yes.
That's the one sport that they've ignored. It's golf. They've concentrated on rugby, soccer,
the team
athletics,
sports,
and all that.
Yeah.
But individual sports like tennis, golf, they've never followed through with that.
So I mean, where does that leave young people who may have ambitions? There may be a young person listening to this interview with you right now and saying, wow, for the first time, I've realized that African golf has a history. South African golf has a history. There are people who look like me, who sound like me, who broke the rules and played when they were young, and have carved a path for me, or a semblance of a path for me at the very least. Where do they go?
Well, as I say, to you, that people who've cut a path for us was people like Papua, like Ishmael Chogli, like Simon Cox at Lapo, and all that. They've managed to win a number of events amongst ourselves.
Right.
And Papua was the only one given the opportunity to play against his white counterparts. And he prevailed by winning the Natal Open.
True. I mean, that's quite an interesting story, isn't it? About how he was forced to receive his award in the rain. I don't think too many people are familiar with that story.
Well, the story is that maybe people are not clarifying the issue. At the time, you couldn't allow a black into a restaurant or clubhouse to have whatever. Then they would the club would lose its liquor license.
Right.
Those were the bylaws that were forbidding all these sort of events happening. So it happened. It was that Papa was unfortunate that it rained on that particular day, and he couldn't get into the clubhouse, so he had to receive his trophy through the window.
Yeah. I mean, it's the story of so many black sports people over the decades who've just not been able to receive the recognition that they deserved. But your book does a really important job in that, as you say, number one, it sets the record straight and brings the factual element into it. But secondly, it'll also become a resource to historians. I mean, they may not be golfers, but people who are interested in the history of sport in the country, and the racialized history of sport in particular, would be very drawn to this book. Tell me about the importance of your work as a writer adding to this archive.
The importance of my work is, as you say, it's to make the public at large aware of the disadvantages and the opportunities that can be created to elevate the sport amongst black people.
Well, thank you so much for being with us today in studio. And Tate Jerry Dlepu, he is author of Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf. Perhaps you'd like to have a word with him. Our lines are back up again. Our studio line 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107, so you can communicate with him. Either way, if you'd like to make a comment on this book, and we're trying to get the word out about this, and we certainly will through our book readings that occur on a daily basis from around about 11:45 to 12 here on SAfm, on the Daily Discourse in particular. We've brought together a team that will be reading excerpts from this book. And if you're interested in this topic, I really urge you to listen in and get a sense of the history of this, particularly during Black History Month. Well, and in fact, it is Africa Month here in May on SAfm, and we are honouring the stories of African people who have done extraordinary things. This is really an extraordinary story in terms of the canon, isn't it, Ndate?
Thank you.
And thank you so much for sharing it with us. Jerry Dlepu is the author of Unfair Way. He's talking about his own experience as a South African golfer, setting the record straight as to exactly how it happened and unfolded in the country. A small group, I should say, of black golfers with very little opportunity in the country, showing a great deal of resilience and interest in the sport, and breaking the rules, essentially getting onto those golf courses that were reserved for white golfers, and taking their friends along with them and building that network and trying to keep golf alive in their generation, also by traveling overseas, by meeting black golfers in other countries with limited possibilities and constraints in their own context, but nevertheless starting a trend of a generation of golfers who actually bucked the racial constraints of their time and went ahead and played this game that they love. And now it has been put into this book, The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf by Jerry Dlepu. That is available in your stores. Right now it is 11:30. Let's get your latest news headlines. Undelambana is standing by.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, tourism in Africa has gone beyond recovering from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's according to Tourism Minister Patricia de Lille, who briefed the media in Durban on preparations for forthcoming Africa travel in Durban. 7 people have been killed and scores of others injured in a crash involving a bus and a minibus taxi in Kariega in the Eastern Cape. And the South African Weather Service has issued a warning for cold temperatures and strong winds in many parts of the country from tomorrow to Thursday. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Let's start, obviously, with the country we're in right now, South Africa. What does it say about South Africa?
South Africa, we pretty much, Ashraf, it's probably quite similar to what we've seen the last few years, and maybe a little more concerning this time around because of what we're seeing at the Madlanga Commission. So, you know, we know South Africa's got this amazing constitution, policies, legislation. You and I have spoken about this, things that have a strong commitment to human rights, but we are failing. Our government is failing in implementation, lack of accountability, corruption, and this all affects the delivery of services.
Genevieve Quintal, the Amnesty International South African Media and Communications Officer.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
You are listening to The Full Circle,
a space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
Hi, I'm Zycard. Catch me every Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. on Spotlight as we bring you blow-by-blow sporting action, news. That's Spotlight every Saturday. You don't want to miss it.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
We're heading for 25 minutes to 12 here on the Daily Discourse. This is the time of the day, of course, when we catch up with what is going on at the Madlanga Commission. It actually hit day 100 today, and not much came out of it. So we're just bringing you a very short update here. It started later, first of all, at around 10 o'clock. Usually starts around about 9:30, but it started at 10. And what we do know is that a crime intelligence officer is testifying, right? For that person's protection, they are testifying in camera and from a remote location. So really, what you'd be doing, even if you were watching the Madlanga Commission today, is you'd actually be listening into their audio. You would not be getting any video from the person who is on the stand today. It did adjourn at 18 minutes past 10. There were sound issues where evidence leader advocate Matthew Chaskelson could not hear the witness. And so, they stopped to fix that. So we understand it's resumed now. I can actually see here on SABC News that the crime intelligence officer is dealing right now with agents and informants, and he testifies before the inquiry as we speak. That is what is going on right now. So things have got off to a little bit of a slow start at the Madlanga Commission today. Many of you still talking about our previous story, the coverage we did of food insecurity in South Africa. And you're talking about what needs to happen at community level in order to make sure that although we're a food secure country on paper, we are able to grow our own vegetables. We're able to take greater control of our access to food in this country, because that is really the problem. Let's listen to your voice notes on this.
Good day, Percy here. You know, my view on this food organic, I think we must just go back to where things used to be in terms of our school systems. The time I started school, I think it is the time where we were still using standards. But I remember when I was doing standard 3, standard 4, standard 5, I had a garden at school, which I had to get marks from it, whereby You learn how to plow those vegetables and stuff, and that results to me having to have a love for that, to a point whereby even at home now I had to have something like that. So nowadays all those things were taken away from schools. Nothing. We even used to cut the loans at school. Nowadays everything, someone must be hired to do it from school. And those things, I can tell you, if our kids are to be taught from the very early age, when they grow up with that thing, that I must have a small garden at my yard. I must have a small garden at my yard. So I think we must just this thing must go back to school, because schools nowadays, we don't have those things. We don't have nothing. I'm not gonna speak about any other, but since we are speaking about agricultural, we don't find kids competing about gardens at school anymore. Thank you.
That's so true, right? Many people acquired these skills at school, and these were life skills. These are things you really need to be able to know. I mean, this lifestyle that we've adopted of running to the supermarket to buy our food that has been transported thousands of kilometers, or hundreds of kilometers, I should say, and essentially it's sometimes full of pesticides, etc. So we don't know how it's grown, and of course the further it comes from, the more we pay for that. So it certainly is wise for us to learn this. I was also wondering, I mean, we're looking at the return to indigenous knowledge systems, right? Increasingly. And I'm hoping that as part of that, the agricultural side comes through as well, because we come from a continent where people were able to, they had incredibly green fingers, and they were able to grow their own produce so well, and had incredible ways for, using natural fertilizers, using, different types of configurations of gardens, like slopes and that kind of thing, to be able to grow things. There's all sorts of indigenous knowledge that we haven't explored, I think, fully in terms of how we can do it, but we need to get that somehow back into the curriculum so that our children can acquire those skills. One of you says, hi Joanne, the only way for us to gain true freedom is to be able to produce food ourselves in our spaces. Failing that, we are at the behest of the profit-making food retail industry. It's too late for me, but future generations must understand what moving to true freedom really means. Like we saw during the riots, if the stores close, there's immediate panic, and we will eventually starve without them. No plan B. Let's get our power back and break the shackles of greedy leaders, says Naveen in Durban. Very, very well put, Naveen. I think, I had one of those nervous moments because my parents lived in an apartment building at the time. And, I was like, how am I going to get food to them? And I think a lot of us went through that when the stores were closed. So that's the worst case scenario we should probably be preparing for. Another of you have sent a voice note on planting at schools.
Good day. I just want to add to the gentleman who was talking about planting a vegetable garden at school to get marks. At the middle class, or let me say the schools where mostly it's wise and you pay a lot of money, they use sports to give these kids marks. That's why you find that the schools have very good rugby players, very good sports people, because sports kids, because they are giving them marks from participating in sports. So they took out some things that were benefiting us as blacks, and they took it out from us. But then the white or middle class people, schools, or those who are financially healthy, then they give them the benefits from sports and so on.
So that's an interesting point, and you made me think of something. When I was young, when I was at school, we had 3 different houses, right? The different houses, the sports houses usually. You mostly do sport through them, but you can also, there's schools where you do cultural things and that sort of thing. And at my school, you could also do social responsibility and get points for that. So you could go and visit people at TAFTA, for example. And the idea was not to get you to do it just for the sake of points. It was so that, it teach you some kind of social responsibility and get you into the habit of doing charitable things. And also, that was where I first learned about recycling. I used to collect all the newspapers at home. I have a family that is obsessed with reading newspapers. So I used to have lots of newspapers to take to school, and then I would take my newspapers to school on a Wednesday, and then I would get a certain number of points for the newspapers that I bought. But you're quite right. Why aren't we using this point system as well to get our children into gardening at school and to get our children into other social responsibility projects? It's probably quite a good way of reminding them of all the types of things that we need to do and in order to get a holistic education. Shall we take a short break? No, we're not taking a break now. We're still looking at the issue of gardening in schools, and we're listening to more of your voice notes.
Miss J, during apartheid, we who studied under apartheid, we used to do those things gardening at school. Nobody was hired to do gardening at school. We're doing gardening ourselves as students. We learned all the basics, including handwork that you see Zimbabwe people are doing. That's what we're doing under apartheid. Then democracy came, destroyed all those things. So democracy education is useless. Apartheid education was the best. That's why we're able to do anything for that matter. Pastor Cape Town.
Pastor, thank you for that. I don't know if we can say that democratic education is useless, right? I think it has a lot of advantages. And of course, many people came through the Bantu education system, which to them was useless because it did not give them the education they deserved or needed to advance in the world, right? But I think you're making a really good point here about the things that were lost when we transitioned. I don't know whether when we become middle class, because we're all aspiring to be middle class seemingly, I don't know when we get to that point where we are upwardly socially mobile, that we start to look down upon certain things that our parents and grandparents used to do. We associate those things with poverty, or we associate them with maybe denigration because our grandparents who did it were subjugated, right? Many of our grandparents were farmers, and certainly my great-grandmother was a laborer. So it would have, we probably had an association with that. And I think when we brought the new education system in, when we designed it, we thought to ourselves, we don't want our children to be relegated to those roles once they start working. Let's get them to focus on more cerebral pursuits, so to speak, work they can do by using their brains rather than their hands most of the time. And maybe there's a disconnect that occurred there, because maybe we disempowered our children by not thinking of it in that way. So I think you're making a very interesting point. And one of you is talking about restaurants. Let's listen to what that listener has to say.
Hi, Joanne Molefe from Midrand here. It's so sad that you've got companies like restaurants like Billy G's in Monte Casino, where they don't give their staff, I'm talking about their staff, food leftovers. It's a buffet restaurant. Leftovers on a daily basis, they dispose them. They don't give to their staff. Rather, they chose to dispose them. And we've got many companies that are doing the very same thing, while we've got people going to sleep hungry.
I mean, that sounds really, really sad and unfortunate, but is there a reason that doesn't happen? Tell me, because I don't know anything about the restaurant industry in regard to this. Can you tell me, what do you do with the leftovers? If you have food that you've cooked that's in the kitchen, and I mean, I'm presuming that you're not going to serve that food the next day because you're serving fresh food to your patrons. What happens to the food that you have left over? Do you give that to staff, or how does that work? Do most restaurants do that, or is there sort of thing of, if we give them this food and they get sick from it or something like that, then we might have a legal issue with that. Please tell me about that, because I can't really contribute to anything in regard to that because I don't really know how it works, but I'm sure you can educate me on that. More on food security.
Good morning, SAfm. Joanne, many of us, including myself, would like to grow our own food. But the problem is the environment in which we live in, it's not safe. That is the issue. The environment we live in is not safe. Imagine if you are someone like myself, living alone, you have enough land, you have to deal with the Mapara boys. And even at school, we can do the same. We encourage our kids to grow food in there. But then again, you will need security 24 hours there because the environment you're living in is just not safe. We have these boys now that are doing as they please in our environment, the Mapara boys. How do we control such? Thanks. This is Luzuk in the Eastern Cape.
Thank you so much for that. I mean, tell me, if you are from the Eastern Cape or perhaps from an area like Luzuko, what you're experiencing. Are you afraid that that if you grow food, it'll be stolen, or someone will try to impinge on that effort of yours? Just let me know. I'm not making the connection completely. I'm getting the sense from that voice note that there's fear that the food will be taken away or something like that. I think that's what you mean, Luzuko. But I'm curious to know what stops you from growing food in your area if you've got a little plot. I think land is a big issue, right? Not many people are living in spaces where they're able to grow food because they just don't have the space to do it. And many of us don't know how to do it. So what are the other limitations to growing your own food? Imran in Mpumalanga is on the line to us. Imran, what's on your mind?
I think nowadays, I don't know what's happening now because before 1992, I remember when I was at school, we should sweep the yard of the school, cleaning. No, you can't find papers on the ground. The head teachers will come and punish you. But nowadays, our students, once you tell them what, they say, it's my right, it's what. I don't know. How can we solve this problem now?
I mean, you're raising an important issue there here, Imran, because you're reminding me of something I was reading on the weekend about Japanese children who regularly go and clean their schools. They don't have janitors in their schools. They do the cleaning themselves, and it's part of learning this code that they really value very highly in terms of self-respect. So you'll see even when the Japanese fans go to international tournaments, they will stay behind and clean the stadium afterwards because that's part of their culture. Do you think? But there are other people who feel, okay, I'm not sending my children to school to clean the school grounds. I'm sending them to school to get an education. I don't need my children to be cleaning schools. How do you feel about that?
No, but it's part of the student to learn. The children to learn how to clean themselves. Because you see, when you start from school, they're telling you this is wrong. Do like this. When you go at home, you can't leave even the papers on the yard. You're gonna clean. Now the children, they just eat, going to school, come back, eat, sleeping. They can't even wash dishes at school, at home, because they are not get used of that.
No,
my father were not allowing me that time. Even when I eat my food at home, they'll tell, go and clean your dish and put in the right place. But nowadays, my own child, you just eat and leave the plate there. Like he's a dog now that I can clean for. It's not good.
Imran, you made me laugh there. Thank you so much for your call. No, but it's true. We really aren't doing a great job, many of us, of instilling these values in our children. And I think what Imran is talking about is true. When we were growing up, if you left a place untidy, if you took something out of the cupboard and didn't put it back, you'd be in trouble for that, right? Many of us were taught to wash dishes, wash crockery and cutlery when we were done. Wash your own underwear and stuff when you come home from school and your clothes. And I know my mother was very big on that. She really wanted us to do that when we were very young. But many children just have not been taught that. Is it a sign of the times that we're living in? I guess it is. But I wonder if we need to make our way back to the times when we used to be able to be self-sufficient young people. I'll leave you with that thought today as we wrap up the Daily Discourse. Thank you so much for joining us and for the wonderful conversations we've had today. We'll do it all again tomorrow from 9 a.m. And we are going to catch up just after the news bulletin with Sakina Kamwendo, who's got your update at noon. She'll be taking you through the big stories of the day. We'll see you tomorrow from me, Joanne Joseph, and the Daily Discourse team. Take care. Bye-bye.
SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you the first episode of the book The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
The Unfair Way. The Untold History of South African Black Golf. An overview. Sports in South Africa has always been one of the favorite pastimes of the people. This was the case long before the Europeans set foot on the shores of the southernmost tip of the African continent. These games include Ubukuto, Ukutata, Dibeke Skununu, Koko, Ndimo Khati Ukapu, Diketo Magave Upuka, Yukske Nuvu Morula, and Murabaraba. Intonga, Undize, Umzi, Uzingelo, and athletics, to name a few. From the 17th century onwards, non-Africans who settled in South Africa brought their own range of indoor and outdoor sports games that added to the tapestry of the country's sports world. Among these was the game of golf that traces its origin by some accounts to the Scottish links, but whose adoption by non-whites in the country was limited for centuries due to a variety of reasons, all directly linked to white-led racial discrimination and its highly oppressive impact on anyone that was non-European or non-white. For this reason, the game of golf, like many other sports, remained the exclusive preserve of white people. The involvement of blacks in golf was limited to being caddies or groundsmen. The history of the participation of blacks in golf has not been recorded to the satisfaction of the people who were involved from the beginning. It furthermore highlights the importance for people to tell their own stories and experiences in their own words so that they are not misunderstood or manipulated. The stories in this book give a glimpse into just how pervasive the apartheid regime was that it even infiltrated sports. The objective of this book is to rectify the poor historical record of black golfers in South Africa. This is done by not only reflecting on the political, social, and economic aspects among non-whites, and blacks in particular, in the country's labor reserves known as townships, but also by depicting the joy and pain of those who doggedly struggled against all odds to emerge as professional golfers. Some of the players whose golf career stories are relayed in the book, like Norman Mashaba and Vincent Chabalala, will be readily recognizable to some readers. The stories shared are about people whom many have never heard of, and a select few who were able to permeate the barriers put in place to prevent them from prospering. While they are individual stories, they are related and share commonality in experience to show that the struggle against injustice was experienced collectively, even though golf is an individual sport. The administration and organization of golf among players will always be addressed up to the integration of black and white golf associations, which is still a bone of contention. This account, packaged in a few chapters about the good and the bad experiences of black golfers in white golf courses, is not inconsistent with the poor rationale of colonization and apartheid. The latter, a vile human practice that was declared a crime against humanity by the United Nations General Assembly. The title. The title of the book uses a play on the words unfair and fairway. A fairway is the part of the golf course that has a short grass end that lies between a tee, the starting point, and a green, the ending point. When something is unfair, it is not based on or behaving according to the principles of equality and justice. By using the parenthesis around prefix "an," the reader reads both words simultaneously and introduces the theme of the book, being the unfairness experienced by black South African golfers on the fairway. Acknowledgements. To Stelo Fayo, I would like to thank you for bringing to fruition the vision for this book. Your contribution has been instrumental to the delivery of the final product. I also thank the following people for their contributions. Dr. Film Timkulu for compiling the book, Christopher Meister for Eddie Manyaunyao Sidibe's story, and KB Mbabanta's pictures. Lerato Hlapo for providing Simon Cox Hlapo's pictures, Advocate Matsaleng Likwane, Vuisile Kakisane, Soli Dondashe, Nomen Mashaba, Jabu Ketelo, Shedrack Mulife, Obed Motou, Noel Mart, Mevin Gallant, Don White, Colin Stanfield, Spiwe Sipai, Debu Josifata, Lindani Ndwandwe, Kenneth Radimane, Joe Mafulatse, John Mashicho, Rocky Tlabanyane, James Gamte, Dr. Itumeleng Motlong, Masio Sloan, Dr. Slepe Motuba, and Alan Modiba. Last but not least, I'd like to thank my family who have supported me throughout the process of producing this book. Forward. Golf is a difficult and humbling sport. Some say it is expensive and takes too long to complete a round, therefore not worth playing. It needs patience, practice, dedication, and consistency. There is an unpalatable truism, popular perhaps in the 19th century, that if you want to hide something from an African person, just put it in a book. Back then, and possibly now, it is widely held that Africans don't read. The position may have changed of late. In the past, African stories were told around the fireplace and not reduced to writing. It is high time that we as Africans reduce our stories to the written word or let them be told by others who will undoubtedly distort them. When I heard the exciting news that Jerry Lepu intends writing a book on untold stories of African golf in South Africa, I was elated at the thought and did not shy away on the offer to write the foreword. Surely, at that time, I did not know what I needed to write about. However, that did not deter me from accepting the honor. What came to mind was a necessity to the story by telling where the most South African golfers originated from, specifically that the majority came from being caddies. That this was the case for many was not by choice but due to necessity to earn a living. Yes, there are others who simply develop the liking of or interest in the game, some by watching it being played and others because golfers wore elegantly and appeared very stylish and fashionable. Those who know me would probably say, speak for yourself, as I liked and played golf simply by admiring the way they looked, very dandy and appeared so clever, looked like trendsetters. The book explores the development of golf in the townships, the treatment by the government regime of the day, the dark days of the terrible apartheid, discriminating Africans from all sorts of sporting codes because of the prevailing laws of separating people based on their ethnicity. Some of us hated some sporting codes not because of rampant hatred, but because they were used by the system as a tool to discriminate other humans based on their groupings. The book, in my view, is a fundamental must-read to enlighten posterity on how African golfers became what they are today. It is about putting the record straight and, at the same time, educating young ones about our history. Soulfully, by Justice Jerry Zweli Shongwe.
That was the first episode of the book, The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. The book is available at the Bridge Bookstore. It is broadcast on SAfm at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patal, read by Simpiwe Kwana, production by Wiseman Manele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuruma.
12 o'clock on Monday, the 5th of May 2026. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAfm. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
We've got quite a narrow tax base in some products, and that worries me. We've got an issue with the illicit trade, illicit economy. We want to focus on that over the next 100 days.
The new SARS Commissioner, Dr. Johnston Makubu, says that his first 100 days in office, he will be visiting different service centres around the country and will also catch up with the Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, about the case of 3 people who died on a cruise ship and one who's been hospitalised, according to reports, after an outbreak of an acute respiratory illness on board that cruise ship. Please share your views with us, 41391. That's our SMS line number. And of course, John, I deliberately did that because I knew I did that to you last week.
It's okay. You know, I come in twice a week and that's fine. Use me, I'm fine. Let me tell you what's happening in the sport. We're going to tell you about the Premiership title race. There's Chelsea and Everton are in action today. Go the Blues, and Italians are doing it for themselves.
Go the Blues for sure. Even I'm supporting the Toffees tonight. John Hiraka with those details later in the show. But of course, 41391, that's the SMS line number. Charge at 150 per SMS. You can also write to us at X at SABC News_radio. Or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082-692-3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Monday edition of Update at Noon. First, though, the latest news with Onde Lambana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, fuel price to increase from Wednesday and 7 die in a car crash in the Eastern Cape. For SAfm News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good day. There's further financial pressure on the consumer. This as the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Department announces an increase in fuel prices with effect from Wednesday. Both grades of petrol will increase by 3 and 27 cents a litre, while diesel will increase by 6 rand 19 cents a litre. The price adjustment comes as the short-term relief measures to cushion the consumers and motorists remain in place. Fuel levies have been reduced by 3 rand per litre on petrol and 3 rand 93 cents per litre on diesel. The department spokesperson Robert Make.
Both grade of petrol will increase by 3 rand 27 cents a litre. Diesel will increase by 6 rand 19 cents a litre. Illuminating paraffin will increase by 4 rand 22 cents per litre. Maximum retail price of LP gas will increase by 5 rand 7 cents in Gauteng and by 5 rand 78 cents in the Western Cape. A slate levy of 1 rand 23 cents will be implemented in the price structures of petrol and diesel with effect from the 6th of May.
Tourism in Africa has gone beyond recovering from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's according to Tourism Minister Patricia de Lille, who briefed the media in Durban on preparations for forthcoming Africa travel in Durban. She also says the gathering, which will take place at the ICC in Durban next week, will seek to grow the industry on the continent. De Lille says thousands of exhibitors will showcase their products at the biggest tourism trade show in Africa.
Then we have over 25 African country tourism authorities that will be coming. And so we're very excited. And as the ministers that will be coming also, we will also have a debate amongst ourselves as to how do we grow tourism within the continent amongst ourselves, and how can we absorb and bring in more young people into the tourism sector.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has called on former colonial powers to pay reparations to Africa. In his weekly letter, he says the reparations would assist the continent to tackle debt challenges such as poverty alleviation, inequality and unemployment. He says the reparations must be made through increased foreign direct investment, market access, skills and technology transfer. Ramaphosa's call comes at the start of Africa Month. The Eastern Cape Transport Department says police have launched investigations into the cause of a crash in which 7 people were killed in Kariega. At least 18 other people were injured in the crash, which involved a bus and a minibus taxi this morning. The minibus taxi transporting workers from Konobuhle to Kariega made a U-turn in front of an oncoming bus with only the driver on board. The department spokesperson, Unati Bingose.
This is a devastating crash that has claimed 7 lives. It is alleged that the minibus taxi made a U-turn in front of the oncoming bus, which led into the collision that claimed so many lives. And the MEC for Transport in the Eastern Cape, Mr. Klolengata, is extending his sincere word of condolences to those families that have lost their loved ones, while wishing those in hospital a speedy and a full recovery. We are looking into the real cause of this crash, and we are urging road users, motorists in particular, to remain extra vigilant and help us avoid avoidable crashes like this one.
The South African Weather Service has issued a warning for cold temperatures and strong winds in many parts of the country from tomorrow to Thursday. The Western, Northern and Eastern Cape will be hit first before the low pressure system spreads to the central and eastern regions. It is expected to bring possible snowfall in high areas. There will be severe thunderstorms in the Free State and Northwest and a risk of flooding, forecaster Tukelo Chilwane.
By Tuesday and Wednesday, the rain will spread into the central and eastern provinces, bringing a marked increase in wet and cold conditions. The South African Weather Service warns of disruptive rainfall that may lead to flooding over the Western Cape and Eastern Cape, damaging winds and waves along the coastal line, disruptive snowfall over high-lying areas of the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, as well as the Northern Cape. Severe thunderstorms over the Free State and Northwest provinces, where significant impacts were already observed last week.
Recapping the top story, there's further financial pressure on the consumer. This as the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Department announces an increase in fuel prices with effect from Wednesday. I'm Lambara for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Thanks so much, Ondela. Good afternoon, everybody. 8 minutes after 12 on this Monday morning. Thanks for being with us here on Update at Noon. Well, just taking a quick look at some of the stories. That story about 3 people who died and 3 others who had taken ill after a suspected hantavirus outbreak struck a Netherlands-based cruise ship. This has been reported in international media. And of course, we've picked up on that. And we are likely hoping to speak to the Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, about this particular incident, and of course just try to find out more about hantavirus before everybody gets into a flat spin. So trying to line up the Minister to talk to us about what exactly this is and what are the chances of it spreading and whether we should be concerned, of course, as a nation. So we'll take that one further. And then we also watching what's happening day 100 of the Madlanga Commission. And it's been a bit of a difficult start at the Madlanga Commission, and that's because of technical difficulties with Witness G. And Witness G is someone who's within crime intelligence and, of course, needs to shed some light on some of the evidence that we've heard from other witnesses speaking about things within the crime intelligence circles, and, of course, someone like Brown Mohoti, who spoke about being an agent, and she would obviously be able to give context to quite a few of those answers. What we have also been told is that not all of Witness G's evidence will be open to the public, so some of it we will not get to hear at all. And then, of course, the Commission was struggling. I know those in the auditorium were struggling to hear what the witness was saying. But, of course, they're trying to figure that out. And as soon as there are further developments, we'll let you know about that. Also, a bit of voice distortion that needed to be done there. So those, I would imagine, are some of the factors that are actually implicating that particular situation. Commission, and which is why we've had some of the technical difficulties on day 100 of the Madlanga Commission. Some of the other stories. Now, kidnapping. We've got two kidnapping stories this afternoon. One in Limpopo, where police have opened a case of kidnapping and housebreaking, in which a 2-year-old girl was also taken during this housebreaking in the Waterberg district. So we'll find out from our reporter what they've been able to learn about that situation. And then the other one is about 3 suspects who are expected to appear before the Kagiso Magistrates Court on the West Rand on charges of kidnapping and extortion. The Gauteng police say that this trio, aged between 23 and 25, were arrested on Saturday after police had successfully rescued a 30-year-old victim in Kagiso. So we'll follow up on those stories with our reporters. We'll also hear from the new SARS commissioner about his plans for his first 100 days in office, and of course a few other court stories, also keeping an eye on what's happening in Zimbabwe. There's the opposition politician Job Sikala appearing before the Pretoria Magistrates Court tomorrow after his arrest in November in Pretoria. You remember that story? It was he was found with explosives and hidden under the car seat that he was traveling in. So we'll follow up on those stories, but keeping an eye on what's happening in Zimbabwe all the same. So those are some of the stories, a few other court stories bouncing around as well.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Now, 3 people have died and 3 were taken ill following a suspected hantavirus outbreak on a Netherlands-based cruise ship. Now, a British tourist, we understand, is in a hospital in South Africa, and the virus we are not too sure of, but this is why we've roped in the Minister of Health to help us talk through and understand exactly what has happened. That vessel, we understand, left Argentina 3 weeks ago with about 150 passengers on board, and it was en route to West Africa via Antarctica. But for more on this matter, we join now by Health Minister Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi. Minister, good afternoon. Thanks so much for your time.
Good afternoon, Sakina, and good afternoon to the listeners. Thank you very much for having me.
Minister, I can already see and hear people getting very concerned, and I suppose in part because we don't quite know what this is. But can we first start by just clarifying the current status of the hantavirus case that we understand a person has been hospitalized in South Africa? What is the situation regarding that?
Yes, Akina, of course, people have got the right to be concerned and scared, because remember that we just come from one of the biggest pandemics in the history of humanity, the coronavirus. People don't want to see us going back to something like that. That's why they are suspicious. Yes, indeed, as you have already said, this ship carrying 150 tourists from various countries moved from Argentina, and it was going to Cape Verde Island. But they went through a lot of islands which are known to be bird watching islands. In other words, where there's a predominance of birds, and they were going through them, all of them. So while they were going to St. Helena Island, a 70-year-old man fell ill with flu-like symptoms. Unfortunately, on arrival, with flu-like symptoms like fever, headache, abdominal pain, muscle pains, and diarrhea. Unfortunately, on arrival in St. Helena, he died. Now, the wife of the gentleman, I don't know how the arrangement was, came to OR Tambo, I think thinking that the body will be flown to OR Tambo so that she accompanies it home. They come from the Netherlands. Unfortunately, when she arrived at OR Tambo, she collapsed and they took her to a nearby health facility in Kempton Park. But unfortunately, she passed away. And we're still waiting for laboratory results. The fourth patient, a gentleman who is British, When the ship moved from St. Helena to Ascension, he also got similar symptoms, and they actually took him to, evacuated him to South Africa from Ascension Island. They evacuated him from Africa, where he's now in a private medical facility in Sandton, and he is being managed. He's the one that then who tested positive for the hantavirus. The other two, like the first one who died, we don't know because he died before any test could be done. This lady who collapsed at OR Tambo, fortunately, they've just taken the blood which was taken while she was still alive. They are going to test, but this gentleman, because he's still alive even now, they tested and they found that it was hantavirus.
Minister, so brings us to the question, and I heard you explain some of the symptoms that were exhibited by these patients, but what exactly is hantavirus? And coming back to the concern, whether people should be worried about, say, human-to-human transmission in this instance?
Well, it's a zoonotic disease, Sakina. You will remember that we said zoonotics are diseases that are usually in animals. But when wild animals come in contact with human beings, these diseases usually go to human beings. Most of the time, it's happening because humanity all over the world is encroaching on the habitat of these organisms. Without trying to be a scientist, Sakina, I will hazard what has happened here. Because hantavirus, you get it when you are in touch with rodents, rats and mice, especially their urine and droppings. If you get in contact with those, you are going to get the virus. Now, when I say without being a scientist, what I know is that where there are beds, there's a predominance of rats, rodents, because they feed on the droppings of beds. So because these people were bed watchers, they were choosing islands where there's lots of beds. There definitely have to be mice and rodents there. And my suspicion, this is just my theory, is how they got in contact with the disease. But I think, Sakina, scientists and virologists will eventually tell us, find better. I'm just telling you what I happen to know. Remember that I'm not a scientist, but I know something about medicine.
Fair enough, Minister. But of course, should we be concerned that this patient who is now in a South African hospital, that he could somehow transmit that virus to other people?
Yes, definitely. That's why he's in isolation. And that's why we've dispatched a team consisting of people from National Department of Health, NICD, and Gauteng to start tracing anybody who ever came into contact with this patient, starting with health workers. They are doing so. The World Health Organization is doing so internationally because these people came from all over the world. The World Organization is also going to try to do tracing to see if there's any other person who has been infected and to make sure that we deal with it before it spreads.
So if someone suspects that they may have been in contact, what do they need to do?
They must inform us. They must immediately contact Gauteng Department of Health, National Department of Health, or even the NICD and inform us. But we know it's going to be very tricky because in the beginning, this disease it brings flu-like symptoms, and we know it's winter. Most of us are catching flu, so we don't want to see millions of people believing they've got hantavirus. But if anybody is suspicious of that, they need to contact us. But we will definitely have a fairer idea after all the people who came in contact with the disease or the sick person has been followed up.
To that point, as you were talking about tracing, Minister, the woman, as you said, came hoping that she would be able to fly back with her husband's body. Now, I know you said that there were no tests done on the husband, if I heard you correctly, but then on the wife, she passed away subsequently. So how long before we know, what the outcome of those lab results are?
I'm sure we'll know by today. I believe so, because this morning they were going to follow up to take the blood. Where you remember, because she did arrive in hospital, they took blood for several tests, but not necessarily for this hantavirus. Because remember, she was the second one to get sick. The hantavirus was only found in the third one. So when she was sick, nobody thought about this hantavirus, but they took blood from her because her blood is still in the laboratory. They followed it up to see if they can test for hantavirus, and I'm sure they will tell us. I don't know. I'm not sure how long it takes to get results for hantavirus, but I suspect as soon as possible we'll get them.
And then, of course, given public anxiety, very important then, Minister, to ensure that there's accurate public communication in this regard so that people don't start panicking.
Yes, we issued a statement, Sakina. Well, if you remember, between me and you, you woke me up very early in the morning. You woke me up. You are the person who woke me up today. I want the whole world to know that. to ask me for a statement. And I told you that the NICD, National Institute of Communicable Diseases, and the NHLS, and my officials were meeting yesterday, and they were due to brief me this morning about this whole case, and I've been briefed. That's why I phoned you at 11 and say, I'm ready for you, Sakina. But unfortunately, you were scooped by BBC, they came before you. After I phoned you, BBC arrived and I couldn't refuse because the whole world is worried. They want to know what's happening. Yes, so we issued a statement and we'll keep on taking interviews the whole day.
Minister, thank you so much. And, thanks for educating us there about hantavirus and what it is. And, of course, also just the update on the situation as it currently stands. Health Minister Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi speaking to us there. And, I do it for us, South Africa. I wake up the ministers, but the Minister Aaron Motsoaledi always available to take those calls. So we do appreciate it. Let us know your thoughts.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal offers professional legal services to all South Africans. Our plans are affordable, and you receive up to 745,000 rand worth of legal services per year. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a 5,000 rand bail benefit. Join today. SMS SAfm to 32195. That's SAfm to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
It is 22 minutes after 12 here on Update at Noon. Now, police in Limpopo have opened a case of kidnapping and housebreaking after a 2-year-old girl was taken from her home in Gamabwela village in the Waterberg district. Now, police say that Umpile Sitole went missing from her home in the early hours of Saturday morning. And they say that her grandmother woke up at 6 o'clock and found the window open. Community members conducted a search, but the child has not yet been found. But for more on this, we joined on the line now by our reporter, Rudzani Chibase. Rudzani, good afternoon. This must just be every parent's worst nightmare. Talk to us about what the police and, of course, the parents are saying about what happened.
The worst nightmare, like you said, we are at the village at Gamabwela with the police and local community members who are about to start a door-to-door search. They've been searching since Saturday. They searched in the nearby bush. Now they are about to go to households to check if what they are hearing is true. Because, when things are like this, people say so many things. Some are saying this kid is here nearby, is kept in a house nearby, so they want to go to local houses and search. It's a nightmare sort of in the province because since Saturday we know of 2 cases other than this one, of 2 cases of missing kids. Another child, a 5-year-old, is missing at Makonde village in the Vembe district outside Thohoyandou. She was playing with other kids, and all of a sudden she disappeared. Now is this one where a 2-year-old Umpile also disappeared mysteriously. I'm saying mysteriously because according to the old lady here, she was asleep and she didn't understand why she didn't hear a thing, not even a step, not even a window. When the window is open, she didn't hear a thing. So she too is saying this is a mysterious disappearance of a grandchild. Her parents are in the Gauteng province in Johannesburg, where they are working there. So she was staying here alone with the kid, and she was sleeping in a room with this Umpile, and when she got disappeared.
So was anything else taken from that home, Rudzani?
Nothing was taken from home. That's why the grandmother said, this is a mysterious disappearance of the child. So it shows us whoever took the child was here for the child, was not here for anything else. It's a big yard. It's a big yard of a 4-room house, RDP house, and 2 other back-room houses, where she was sleeping in one of the rooms with the child. So nothing was taken. It looks like they came and opened the window and took the child through the window, which she saw it open when she woke up at 6 on Saturday morning. Even the gate to the yard was wide open.
Rudani, have the parents of the child arrived in the villages yet?
They haven't arrived. The grandmother is the one who's taking care of the other family members. We are told they might be arriving anytime soon because some of the family members have gone to a local Sangoma to can find help. You know, we have this thing in the villages, so in the African culture, wherein you only rely on police. They only rely on traditional healers. Maybe they might help them. They've been there since Saturday. They went to someone who told them that the child was taken and she's around. So they are also trying that. Other family members have gone there, even now when I'm speaking to you.
And just finally, Ruzane, from the police, have they given any update?
Police have not yet given any update. They're just calling for community members, to whoever knows the whereabouts of the child or any leads, to come forward and tell the police. Because as for now, they too conducted searches with their dogs and other equipment. They haven't found any help, and they are only relying on the community members who can help them.
Well, Rudzani, thank you so much. That was Rudzani Chibase in Khamabuela village in Limpopo in the Waterberg district. What a curious case of a 2-year-old who was taken and nothing else taken from that home, taken through a window, sleeping in the same bedroom as the grandmother. And the community, as you heard there from Rudzani, will now be doing a door-to-door search.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
And of course, there is that other court case also involving another kidnapping. 3 suspects expected to appear in the Kagiso Magistrates Court on charges of kidnapping and extortion. Now, the Gauteng police say that the trio, who are aged between 23 and 25, were arrested on Saturday following the rescue of a 30-year-old victim in the township. Now, authorities allege that the victim was abducted during a housebreaking incident on Friday, and police investigations are continuing. But for more on this, let's find out what happened in court. We join on the line now by our reporter Tabiso Hadebe. Tabiso, good afternoon. So what exactly led police to suspect these 3 suspects so quickly after the kidnapping?
Yeah, it was during on Saturday when police started their intelligence operations. That's where 3 suspects, and they were working with an information from some members of the community, and that's where they were led to a house where they arrested 3 suspects who were allegedly involved in the kidnapping of a 30-year-old businessman.
So, can you confirm the condition of the victim who was rescued? Have we heard anything about that, Tabiso?
Yes, the victim is okay. We got information from the family that he went to fetch his car at the one of the 13th of police station of police because when the suspects were abducting him, they took the car of his son, VW Polo. But he is okay. He went to fetch his car with his son, where at one of the police stations here in Kagiso.
Are there any further details at this point, Thabiso, about exactly what happened, how the abduction unfolded during that housebreaking incident?
Sakina, the information we get now, you'll recall that when they were arrested, they were charged with extortion and also kidnapping. But police are going to, the information that we get is that police are going to add a charge of attempted murder. Yeah, and on Friday, it was on Friday on the 1st of May, they went to the house and then managed to force themselves into the house and then managed to rob the family, and then they abducted the 30-year-old local businessman, but no one was hurt, but he was taken to a house where police found him on Saturday during that particular operation, an intelligence operation.
Thabiso, are police linking these suspects to any other cases in the area, or is there any sort of indication of broader syndicates operating in Kagiso?
Not at this stage, but the information that we get is that it's one of the suspects' modus operandi. It's not the three of them. As we got also the information that more people are going to be arrested in this particular case. But we are also told that it's modus operandi where people are being robbed, people whom they see that they've got money, they are robbed at their houses and then they are abducted so that the suspects will get some ransom from family members, especially people who have got money, people who have got businesses. You will know that this particular area is covered with, surrounded by mines, and some of the people are, you'll find that a person is a CEO at one of the mines here. So they will be robbed at their areas, at their homes, and they will, the suspects will demand ransom from family members. You'll recall the ransom that the suspects were looking for from the family is 500,000, but we understand they managed to negotiate for 10 before the arrest was made by the South African Police Services in Gauteng.
Thabiso Khadebe, thanks so much watching that story for us. And of course, he was in court for the appearance of those three suspects. Just after 12:30, let's catch up with Ondelambana to find out what's the latest headlines.
Thank you, Sakina. On the news headlines, consumers are facing a severe cost of living crisis due to another significant increase in fuel prices. The Mineral and Petroleum Resources Department has confirmed a staggering hike in the price of fuel with effect from midnight on Tuesday. Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training says it may widen its oversight on what it describes as the deepening crisis at the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. And Tourism Minister Patricia de Lille says she wants to see hidden gems in small towns, townships and lesser visited provinces getting exposure at the Africa Travel Indaba. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, it's time for economics news, but let me just tell you that Minister Aaron Motsoaledi just called back and they have the results from the patient who passed away. So do stay tuned. Let's quickly just get some economic update from Zimele Mbanjwa, investment analyst at FNB Wealth and Investments. Good afternoon, Zimele.
Afternoon, Sakina, and afternoon to the listeners. Yeah, I mean, looking at the current market performance right now, the JSE is trading lower. It started off on a bit of a high, but then went down earlier on and then popped again after we saw the ABSA PMI numbers, which showed an expansion in factory activity. And which was driven mostly by domestic demand, as we saw a rebound in output and new orders. However, the respondents to the survey, the ABSA PMI that is, did indicate that the cost bases have increased, which is expected given the oil prices. But then the weak demand also, there's a bit of a nuance there. I mean, the stronger demand, there's a bit of a nuance there in that this may be because companies were sort of bringing forward their purchases in anticipation of elevated prices. So the JSE is largely trading lower, about half a percentage point. As well as the top 40, that is also driven mostly by financials, resources, and the industrial. So it's red across the board. Gold has seen more pressure. We've seen an increase in oil prices. There's reports that there's a missile that struck, a couple of missiles that struck a U.S. A U.S. Military ship along near the Strait of Hormuz. So that's sort of painting a picture of the tensions that are continuing to rise. We are not necessarily in a comfortable situation as yet globally. So we're seeing Brent crude prices go up. We're seeing the dollar weaken, strengthen. We're seeing gold go up, go down as well. And in tandem, we are also seeing the rand weaken as money sort of flies. There's a bit of a capital flight away from the more volatile emerging market currencies in favor of what is seen as a safer haven currencies, which are more westernized. And as such, if we're looking offshore, we're seeing futures down across the board in the US. In Europe, we are seeing a bit of a mixture in what's going on there, but for the most part, also equities are down there. So yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty. It's the same story. There's a lot of fatigue around the story of the war and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, but that's our current reality. So markets largely down right now, and we'll see what changes come about in the next coming hours.
Well, thanks so much, Zimele Mbandra, investment analyst at FNB Wealth and Investments.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 104.6 FM in Kimberley. The National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
It's the leading cause of natural death in our country, really? By what percentage?
So it is a leading cause of death. So we know every year 10,000 people are dying from diabetes. So we equate that to 27 people a day. This is a big problem, and I think learning from other epidemics, we're coming from the scourge of HIV, again, we left it until it was too late. Each and every one of us knows someone who's living with diabetes. That shows the magnitude of the epidemic.
Zame Imbalati of the Healthy Living Alliance.
Ashraf Gada on SAfm. Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
And 23 minutes before 1 o'clock, and we were speaking to Minister Aaron Motsoaledi earlier, the Minister of Health, regarding the hantavirus story that has been making headlines this morning and, of course, throughout the day here in South Africa and abroad, of course, because of the nature of what it is and the fact that we don't know too much. Well, the Minister was kind enough to tell us more about it. But then he also spoke about the test results, especially for the woman whose husband was the first to succumb to this virus. And the minister has called us back saying that as soon as he put the phone down, the test results actually came through. Minister, thank you so much for letting us know. Welcome back.
Yes, Sakina, thank you for having me again. I just thought it was fair for you to know because you are the one who asked the question. Immediately after speaking to you, the results of the lady came out. Unfortunately, it's positive for hantavirus also.
So, Minister, that would obviously mean then in terms of she came to South Africa via a flight.
Yeah.
So I would imagine you would have to then go back to see which airline and all of that. But just the protocols that you will now be putting in place, Minister, given that that is another positive result.
Sakina, the people who trace contacts, are well versed with that issue. They know exactly what to do. And as I told you, this is a multi-country thing. We have involved the World Health Organization. You know, they've got expertise in any field of health. They've got experts and directors and world experts who specialize in that. We will definitely contact them, and they will help us. When you do contact tracing, you trace anybody who you know could have come in contact with the patient, and that's definitely what's going to happen.
And as far as our healthcare facilities and our clinicians across the country, Minister, are they adequately briefed in terms of identifying? Because you explained the symptom to us, which could seem like a cold, given the flu season coming in as well. So are they adequately, capacitated in terms of the information and what to look for?
They are. But the NICD will also help where it's necessary. Remember, we are talking of doctors who did virology, Sakina. It's not that they are just like any other person. They are doctors who trained in virology. They will be able to check. Now that they've heard about this, they will be on their tender hooks. But we'll ask the NICD to issue a circular to warn them about this so that they are on the lookout. On the other hand, we don't want people to start panicking because, Sakina, nobody had said we have got a pandemic or a breakout. We just at the moment have 2 people who have died, and the second one who is still sick. We are waiting for results. We cannot claim that there's an outbreak of anything yet. So while we want people to be on the lookout, we don't want them to panic unnecessarily.
Just those symptoms again, Minister?
It's flu-like symptoms, especially for the 1st to the 8th week, where people get chills, high temperature, general body pains, headache, abdominal pains. Those are the first symptoms, which, as you know, flu can also cause similar symptoms. But from the 9th week onwards, you might start getting what you call cardiorespiratory diseases, where now they get very serious chest problems, and some of them might have to be put on a ventilator or some form of life support.
Minister, thank you so much for letting us know. That is, of course, Health Minister Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, just reminding us about the symptoms that accompany the infection of the hantavirus, which is flu-like symptoms, followed by respiratory problems in the 9th week. And, of course, just confirming for us that the lab results are out, and the woman whose husband was the first patient to have died, who came to South Africa hoping that she would be able to accompany his remains back home to the Netherlands. Her test results have come back, and it was also positive for hantavirus. So there will, of course, be a protocol that now sets in. The National Institute for Communicable Diseases will obviously be sure to send out that circular, as the minister says. And obviously, as the minister says, don't panic. There is no indication that there's an outbreak just yet. But don't panic. This is something, we've got the facts. So do be alert. And of course, we'll wait to hear any further communication from the department. And with that, it is 17 minutes before 1.
SAfm Sport with John Gerika.
Hantavirus.
I have no idea. I'm going to have to go look it up.
It's quite interesting. I spent the better part of the morning reading about it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go do some research before today. We'll probably have it on tonight as well.
Mm.
Let me tell you some sports news. Sundowns beat Polokwane City yesterday. You probably know this. They extended their lead at the top of the Premiership. Pirates fans are still feeling confident because they've got a game in hand, but they are 5 points behind Mamelodi Sundowns now, who are on 64. Pirates are on 59 with that extra game. Kaizer Chiefs also have a game in hand. They're third, but I think that's kind of where they're going to finish. Sundowns' next encounter, though, is against Chiefs on Wednesday. Let's hear from Coach Miguel Cardoso.
Yeah, another match. Now it's important to recover the boys, to share the energy from winning. And obviously today is a special day in Portugal. It's Mother's Day. So, especially for my mom and my wife, obviously this one. and that's it. Recover, see who can start the match in the best way and go for the next one and just think about the next one now.
In the Premier League tonight, Chelsea against Nottingham Forest at 4 o'clock. It's a bank holiday there. And after Chelsea sacked Liam Rossini, interim head coach Callum McFarlane guided them to a 1-0 FA Cup semi-final win over Leeds last weekend. Well, the Blues now need to build on that to revive their flagging league campaign. 5 consecutive losses without scoring. It's their worst run of league defeats since losing 6 in a row in November of 1993. Here's Callum McFarlane.
Yeah, I watched them last night. I've watched many of their games. They're a really, really good side in a really good bit of form. Some top quality players, some real threats that we have to be aware of. So, yeah, another massive game, another big challenge like every game in the Premier League is. But we'll be ready. We'll be prepared for that game.
9 o'clock tonight, the mighty Everton take on some team from Manchester. City unbeaten in 17 league meetings, though, winning their last 8 on the road against Everton. Marks the Toffees' longest run of consecutive home defeats against an opponent in their history, but we remain firm. Here's Toffees' boss, David Moyes.
Well, it's not unexpected that Man City are capable of doing that, and I think that they've had a little bit of change round in the last 12 months or so, and they're beginning to sort of get things in place. Hey, it's always good to play them. They're a really good side, tough to play against. Great record they've had over recent years. Terrific manager. So, in some ways, we're quite looking forward to it.
Come on, the Toffees. In Italy, Inter Milan have clinched their 21st Serie A title, convincing 2-0 win over Parma yesterday. They needed just a draw to claim the Scudetto with 3 games to spare. Italy have scored 19 goals in their past 6 matches, were favourites to be crowned champions, having won 26 of their 35 matches. But in Spain, Real Madrid beat Espanyol 2-0 to ensure Barcelona must wait for the La Liga title, which could seal in El Clasico on Sunday. Great way to finish. Barca need only a draw at the Nou Camp against their old rivals to be crowned champions. Now, Italians doing it for themselves. Kimi Antonelli's Formula One Grand Prix win yesterday in Miami marked another milestone for the Italian. He's already the youngest pole winner and the youngest driver to lead the championship. He's now only the 3rd driver in history to take his first 3 pole positions in a row. In that, he has some company. Ayrton Senna and Michael Schumacher are the other 2, and he'll join Damon Hill and Mika Hakkinen as the first driver to win his first 3 races consecutively. All 4 of those drivers are world champions, 2 of them in the debate for the greatest driver who has ever lived. Kimi Antonelli leads by 20 points after the weekend. George Russell in 2nd, Charles Leclerc in 3rd, Lando Norris is in 4th place.
There's still a lot to improve, but definitely in terms of driving was good today. Keeping it cool after a bad, difficult start, and also trying to apply pressure and then trying to keep it cool under pressure. So we had a bit of everything today, but it was good. I'm very happy with that.
Technically, he's not old enough to have drunk the champagne on the winner's circle in Miami because he's only 19 years old.
So was he named after Kimi Hakkinen?
I don't know. I think so, but I'll double check. Speaking of Italians, Yannick Sinner became the first player in series history to win 5 consecutive ATP Master 1000 titles. The Italian beat Alexander Zverev in the Madrid Open final. Since Sinner retired during his 3rd round clash in Shanghai in October, he's lifted Paris, Indian Wells, Miami, Monte Carlo and Madrid. 24-year-old didn't drop a set at the 3 hard court events. Thomas Machac has eventually ended that record streak at 37 back in Monte Carlo.
It's something incredible, and I don't play for these records, or I don't play for records in general. I play for myself, I play for my team, because they know what's behind, and also my family, because my family, with the success I've had, they also never changed, how they are towards me. They are simple parents, and I feel very safe when I'm around them, and we never talk about tennis when I'm at home, so it's a great relationship. It's really just, parents and me, and
unfortunately, still has that doping scandal over his head. Let's finish off with more good news. Record-breaking weekend for Team South Africa at the World Athletics Relays in Gaborone. The men's 4x100 metre squad stole the show. They claimed silver in 37.49 seconds, beating the African record. Akini Simbini's powerhouse anchor leg nearly reeled in the Americans. South Africa are medal favourites for Beijing next year. It was silver again for the 4x400 metres men in a world-class time of 2 minutes 55.07. The women's 4x 100 quartet left Botswana with a new national record of 43.22. And most importantly, South Africa officially secured qualification for 3 relay teams at the 2027 World Championships.
Ah, nice. And watch those. And what an atmosphere out in Botswana.
Slick, eh? They had
It
the
was
flags
really
and going,
cool.
a big open stadium, so very little
Yeah.
cover, but yeah, loving every. Relays are just so much.
They are.
That's fun.
Even back in school, used to love the
it was
relays.
towards the end.
Yes,
It's
always towards the end.
And things can happen, so even like an underdog team, because you need 4. So if you've got like one great sprinter and they're always in the final, now suddenly you've got to have 4 of them, and it's exciting stuff.
I'm going to send you a video about preschool relay.
Okay, bye.
My favorite at the moment.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Xolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAfm.
And
thanks, Xolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bongi Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAfm, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Good afternoon, Sisakina. Mbongo Sundisa. Yes, Sisakina, you are my last hope. Can you please help us out, Sisakina? You see, in Kaiskamahoek, there's a village called Upper Zinguka. Then in that village, you go up the hill there, there's this small village on top called Ekolweni. The road there is closed by plantation. It's growing all over the road. So it's closing the road. It just needs a grader. We're not asking for a tar road from the Eastern Cape government. Just a grader to remove the trees.
Good afternoon, Sakina. This is Agima Tebola. Yeah, petrol and diesel is going up tomorrow. And we're still having that electricity which is so high in this country. We don't know what to do anymore. So I don't know, Sakina, but food will be expensive because already the bread is 20 rand, loaf of bread in South Africa. So poor people, working class, and everybody will suffer the most. Good afternoon. This is Akima Tebola SK.
Good afternoon, Sakina and fellow listeners. Why was that passenger even allowed at OR Tambo? So now we've got a situation whereby, and then now we are going to be infected with this disease. And it's only now that they find out. Those people who were in that flight, how many of them have connected? Have had a connection with other people? Hi man, what's working in this country? We are just allowing nonsense of it, and we have other foreigners that are coming from countries where they eat rats, they eat monkeys, they eat all these things that we don't eat as the natives of this country. Now we are dealing with so many diseases that we don't even know where do they come from. But no, we must not say anything. We must just keep quiet.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Yeah, and I hear you. And as we said, just don't panic, not just yet. And of course, as you say, the person was allowed here, but they had not been tested at that point. And remember when the husband passed away, his blood had not been tested. So they don't know. They still don't know. But of course, now the lady, when she arrived here, she then fell ill and her blood was taken prior to her passing on. And those are the results that just came through. But I hear your frustration. I certainly hear your frustration. I think it's Naledi. And, let's just try and keep calm at this stage. And I know that's not what you want to hear, but no outbreak has been reported as yet. And this is something that will span across various countries because this happened on board a Dutch-based ship. And of course, it had docked in several countries. So we are going to wait for word. As you heard from Minister Motsoaledi, the BBC was also very interested in knowing what was the status and the situation regarding this particular patient who is now in a Johannesburg hospital, according to the minister. So we'll find out exactly what the latest developments are and keep you abreast of developments as well. With regard to the scraping of the road in the Eastern Cape, please send me an email. It's Sakina, SAKINA, at SAfm.co.za, and let's see if we can move that one forward. So let's try and see what to do there. Now, 7 people have been killed in a devastating crash in Kariga in the Eastern Cape this morning. Authorities say that a minibus taxi carrying workers allegedly made a U-turn in front of an oncoming bus, thereby triggering the collision. Now, multiple others were left injured, with 2 in serious condition. The Eastern Cape Department of Transport spokesperson Unathi Bingose joins us now. Unathi, good afternoon. So if you could just bring us up to speed with the latest update, what was the cause of the crash, and at this stage, what are we looking at in terms of fatalities and injuries?
The number of fatalities remains at 7, and the driver is among those who are seriously injured, and he will have to face charge of culpable homicide when he gets better, along with the driver of the bus. So they will have some answering to do. But we understand that these were employees or other workers, the majority of whom are employees of a components manufacturing company, auto component manufacturing company in Kariega, that were being transported to work from the township of Khayelitsha when the incident happened. It happened at around 6 o'clock in the morning. So we believe that maybe they may have been there to clock in for the 6 o'clock shift.
And with regard to the cause of the collision, you may have heard what we have been told. Is that accurate in terms of how the collision was actually triggered, Unathi?
That is according to the survivors of the accident, and of course those who witnessed it, including the account of the bus driver who was also involved in this crash. That is the account that we're getting. But the scene has since been cleared now, and that stretch of the road is drivable. What we are preoccupied with now is the identification of the bodies. The families are busy doing that, and they are then allowed to take the bodies to the funeral homes of their choice, as they will start the preparations to lay them to rest.
And as far as both vehicles and drivers' records and vehicles' roadworthiness, has that been investigated?
We are looking into everything, those included. The wreckage of both the taxi and the bus have been towed to the nearest police station, where our crash investigators will take a closer look at them if they did have any contribution to the crash itself. But what is glaringly clear from the prelims is that it is driver behavior that continues to cause a lot of these accidents. We do not know what was the cause of making the U-turn, and on that stretch of the road, that is not allowed. And we continue to see these things. So it's a challenge upon us as the department to drive home, road safety education, and maybe starting at taxi rank won't be a bad place to start, because when accidents involve minibus taxis, there tend to be a lot of people involved, as is the case today.
And has there been any update, Unathi, on the condition of the 2 passengers, the ones who were seriously injured?
The driver is among them, and we are crossing our fingers and praying that it won't get any worse than it already is. But their situation is quite critical, and we are fearing for the worst. And that is the information we're getting from our colleagues who are at the hospital.
Unathi, thanks so much for that update. And that was the Eastern Cape Department of Transport spokesperson Unathi Bingose on the latest update there. And 7 people have lost their lives in that devastating crash, and 2 seriously injured, among them one of the drivers.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Now, the new SARS Commissioner, Dr. Johnston Makubu, says in his first 100 days in office, he will be visiting different service centres around the country and ensuring that the next filing season runs smoothly.
Over the next 100 days, it's obviously important for me to just connect with the leadership,
to communicate a few things as we connect with the leadership, to be clear around what continues from what Commissioner Kisvet started. Continuity for me is going to be very important, because there are things we've started 7 years ago that need to continue, in fact need to accelerate, but also to connect with the people. So I'm going to be hitting the road to connect with our staff at the border posts, as well as some of our service centers. So I'm going to be with the people, listening to some of the challenges they are having and some of the suggestions that they may have for me. But also I'm keen to engage with industry. There are relationships that I'd like to build, especially with tax practitioners. I believe that tax practitioners are an important cog in the work that we need to do. So relationships are going to be very important, and I'm going to be building on those relationships and meeting industry bodies. More importantly for me, tax practitioners as an extension of the work that we do. But central to the work that we will continue to do is how to expand the tax base. It's going to be a priority for me. We've got quite a narrow tax base in some products, and that worries me. We've got an issue with the illicit trade, illicit economy. We want to focus on that over the next 100 days, working with others in government. But number 3, we want to zone in onto issues of ethical conduct within the tax administration as well, just to make sure that we are all beyond reproach in terms of our conduct, because if our conduct is beyond reproach, it gives confidence to the taxpayer. So largely, those are some of the things that I'm going to be focusing on.
And that was the new SARS Commissioner, Dr. Johnston Makubu. Also, just a quick update from the Madlanga Commission. Because of those technical difficulties, they've decided to take the entire session in camera. So the media not allowed. And we did know going into it that some sections of that evidence would not be beamed to the public. So that's where that's at. Thanks so much for being with us this afternoon. It's just after 1. Here's Onde Lambana with your latest news.
Thank you, Sakina and the team. On the top stories, fuel price to increase on Wednesday, and Madlanga Commission spokesperson briefs media after a delayed start. For SAfm News, I'm Onde Lambana, and a very good day. Consumers are facing a severe cost of living crisis due to another significant increase in fuel prices. The Mineral and Petroleum Resources Department has confirmed a staggering hike in the price of fuel with effect from midnight on Tuesday. The retail price for all grades of petrol will surge by R3.27 per litre. But the real shock comes with the price of diesel, whose users are looking at a historic spike of R6.19 per litre. The price of illuminating paraffin is set to rise by R4.22 a litre, hitting low-income families the hardest as winter sets in. Gas will increase by R5.07. Nothando Makutulela reports.
The Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources says these increases are due to higher international oil prices due to ongoing tensions between the US and Iran. Brent crude oil price has leaped to $101 per barrel in the period under review, while the rand remained constant on average, trading between R16.64 and R16.65 against the dollar. Nothando Makutulela in Johannesburg.
The spokesperson of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has addressed the media in Pretoria after further challenges emerged regarding the testimony of Witness G. The witness showed reluctance to read a statement and mentioned certain names, citing safety concerns. The crime intelligence officer was testifying from a secret location remotely and off camera, but was audible to the public. However, evidence lead advocate Matthew Chaskelson earlier raised concerns about reluctance of the witness to read the statement.
I think we need to resolve this issue now rather than when we get to the intrusive questioning, because I'm certainly going to ask you about these people. And so I think the Commission needs to make a ruling as to whether we go completely into camera hearings or whether, because most of my questioning at a later stage is going to deal, if these are issues that we cannot mention publicly, then most of my questioning is going to touch on issues that we cannot mention publicly.
Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training says it may widen its oversight on what it describes as the deepening crisis at the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. It says it's engaging former board members who recently resigned. This as concerns mount over governance failures, internal disputes and the functioning of the board. Committee Chairperson Tebogo Letsi says the Auditor General's concerns, including the detection of thousands of so-called ghost students receiving funding, point to potential systemic failures.
I can't rule out us calling the resigned members to come back and let us know what is the problem, because if we can't get to the bottom of what is the real problem, we'll move from changing faces at NSFAS, but the problem will persist because we don't diagnose the problem, but we'll be treating the symptoms, and that is what I don't want us to concentrate on dealing with the symptoms.
A high-level ANC delegation has descended on Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape to assess the delivery of basic services in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. The visit forms part of the party's nationwide program to monitor the delivery of basic services such as water and sanitation in metropolitan municipalities. National Working Committee member Mamuloko Kubai says they are also seeking to establish whether or not the ANC has achieved its service delivery goals for the metro.
ANC would have committed to the people of the country about, in terms of its manifesto, to say that certain things will be done. So it's part of, before we go to say vote for us again, is to oversight if those things that we have committed in terms of improving the lives of South Africans, improving the lives of ordinary people on the ground, does make sense and has been achieved.
Tourism Minister Patricia de Lille says she wants to see hidden gems in small towns, townships and lesser visited provinces getting exposure at the Africa Travel Indaba. The gathering will take place at the ICC in Durban next week. 1,000 exhibitors will showcase their products to 980 buyers from 71 countries. De Lille briefed the media in Durban on the preparations for the Indaba.
Because we must spread the benefits of tourism all over the country. We must push more business and trade towards less visited provinces like the Free State, the Northwest and Mpumalanga, Limpopo. And so that we also show off and showcase to the world all of the hidden gems in those provinces.
Recapping the top story, consumers are facing a severe cost of living crisis due to another significant increase in fuel prices. The Mineral and Petroleum Resources Department has confirmed a staggering hike in the price of fuel with effect from midnight on Tuesday. I'm Undilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 1:30.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfm, leading the conversation. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Let's start obviously with the country we're in right now, South Africa. What does it say about South Africa?
South Africa, we pretty much, Ashraf, it's probably quite similar to what we've seen the last few years, and maybe a little more concerning this time around because of what we're seeing at the Madlanga Commission. So, you know, we know South Africa's got this amazing constitution, policies, legislation. You and I have spoken about this, things that have a strong commitment to human rights, but we are failing. Our government is failing in implementation, lack of accountability, corruption, and this all affects the delivery of services.
Genevieve Quintal, the Amnesty International South African Media and Communications Officer.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You are listening to The Full Circle.
I
remains numb throughout the hailstorms from constant poundings and a stream of heckles. I can't feel you next to me while eating on the same plate as we choke on words we wish to speak. The truth floats, invisible but visible above us, and is overshadowed by a loud cutlery and a participating unwillingness to compromise. I am alone in a room full of people, and I want to be free. We are a sad and broken tale from an old book of dreams, and I want to be free. I said I want to be free. Oh, I need to break from these chains. Oh, it's time for me to go. And I remember early that morning, rivers of wine soaked me aching to take me to the place of my dreams, where I can
That's Uju and Free. Welcome to the Full Circle. Birthday in for Bridget Masinga. Let's take a look at what's coming up this afternoon. A beautiful, or maybe I should say interesting conversations that we're going to have. And we kick off with a Day 100 Madlanga Commission report. And as we speak, today is the Commission's 100th day. Since the first sitting on 17 September, and the Commission submitted its first interim report to President Cyril Ramaphosa. We also get to unpack the significance of one of the witnesses, Witness G, who is going to be giving his witness from an undisclosed location. Also coming up, education. South Africa's tertiary dropout said to be a crisis. What does this all mean? Absolutely welcome. How do you view it? How do you see it? What's your take on it? You can send us your voice notes on 0614104107 or give us a call on 0862 2032. Then, of course, talking about opportunities. The Sasol News Signatures Visual Arts Competition calling for entries. And if this is one of your areas that you are so keen on, I think this will be an interesting conversation to listen to. Also coming up, stages, screens and more. The Chance, a stage production on South Africans who landed in the United States as refugees. I am so looking forward to unpack when we get to that point. Also in the second hour, career and workplace, job hugging. Have you heard about this job hugging? So I found it quite interesting because I want to understand what it is. So many of us lately, you find a job, you are recruited, you start working, only to find the money is fantastic, but you don't enjoy what you're doing and you just stick with it just because you have to survive. And for how